You are live.
Very good. Good afternoon, members of staff, members of the public, and members of the Finance Committee. This is I guess, technically the second item to deal with for the 2021 budget, the first being the user fees. We have an agenda lasting about 4 hours today. The budget process just looks a little bit different this year. But before I make any comments, I'd open the floor to anyone if they were interested in making some pre-budget comments. I would hope that any comments be kept to a couple of minutes, just in the interest of time. So I'm looking for any hands to go up on the side. Not okay. I see the mayor's there. I'll comment briefly, and then I'll turn over to you, Mayor Rabinovich. Members of the committee, you've probably noticed that the time frame for this first part of the budget is a bit more condensed than it has been in previous years, and that's intentional. Obviously, I think the budget we dealt with last year had, I would say, an unprecedented level of freedom for council to make investments, and I thought it was very good, and we made some very serious investments in things we all cared about, like such as the environment. I think everything's changed. This budget now is very much different in response to unprecedented times, which is why it's a bit shorter. What has happened is staff has done a tremendous amount of work, not only dealing with the COVID situation in terms of city finances, but also throughout this budget process in ensuring that it's responsive. I mean, I've looked at many municipalities across Ontario, and it's interesting to see some municipalities are choosing to budget as though COVID's never happened. Other municipalities are being, I would say, almost impulsive in trying to hit arbitrary tax targets that cut back on services that residents rely on. I think this budget actually meets that middle point, that responsible middle point, where on one hand, we are upholding every single strategic item that this council has approved via the people. At the same time, we're bringing in a budget that has the lowest combined impact on ratepayers and homeowners and residents that I've seen certainly in my 10 years in council. So I'm very thankful for that, and I look forward to the discussion that we have going forward. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey, and thanks for those opening comments and the opportunity to make a few comments myself. I think all of us on council know that this has been a historically unprecedented year. It's been a year unlike, quite frankly, anything that this city or the planet has seen in the last 100 years in terms of the COVID-19 global pandemic. But it has also been one where we've seen us as a city be able to respond in an effective manner during what has been a challenging budget year by taking immediate actions when the pandemic began, and by throughout the year and now as we look into 2021, making intentional and balanced choices going forward. I think when we reflect on the year that has passed, we were able to make a number of the decisions that we did early on, including assistance to our ratepayers and businesses in the community, because of the historically positive financial position that this municipality has been in. One where we've paid down debt, where over the years we've increased our reserves, and we've worked hard to keep our any tax increases at or below the rate of inflation. We also didn't early on rest in terms of taking some immediate action, and that included putting 43% of our workforce on unpaid declared emergency leave, deferring millions of dollars in capital spending, reallocating staff as necessary, freezing discretionary spending, Um,
Excuse me, Mayor Verbanovic. It's really difficult to hear you. I wonder if you can turn up your sound a little bit. I don't know if anyone else is having trouble hearing the mayor. Are you? Put up your hand if you are. I am.
Give me 1 sec. Let me see.
Thank you.
Hold on. Is this any better?
Sorry, I can't comment. I could hear you fairly well, although I turned my headset volume up a bit. So I'd have to defer to other members of committee if they can hear you.
I was having trouble hearing. It's quite low.
Okay, hang on. How's this now? No,
It's still pretty low.
yeah, it's I don't know what's going on. How's this? No.
It's the same. Is everyone else having problems, or is it just Councillor Johnson and myself?
I'm guessing it's everyone because Councillor Johnson and you, Councillor Michaud, are coming across quite loudly, and Mayor Vabanovic's much quieter.
Okay, Chair Davey, I'll bear with me 1 minute. I'm gonna go on my other computer. Just sorry about that.
It's okay.
No problem.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave this one. I'll be back on in a second. Is this better, Chair Davey?
Much.
Much better. Yeah.
Sorry about that, folks. Don't know what was happening. We'll figure that out later. I won't start back again, but what I will say is we took some immediate action when the pandemic began, including placing 43% of our workforce on unpaid declared emergency leave, deferring our capital spending, reallocating staff to critical services, and taking the necessary steps, including reduction of discretionary spending, in order to make sure we had the financial room that was necessary until we heard about the Safe Restart program from the federal and provincial governments. And I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge both the federal government and the leadership of Deputy Prime Minister Freeland, who's now also the Minister of Finance, as well as the Minister Clark and Premier Ford provincially, who all worked with municipal governments and both the national and the Ontario Big City Mayors caucuses to ensure that Safe Restart funding got put into place. And that has certainly helped us both in terms of the 2020 year and going forward in 2021. I think what's important as we go forward is that our 2021 year is really looking on at being based on two key principles. First of all, focusing on our ratepayers and ensuring that we respect them with the challenges that are faced. And the budget that's before us actually proposes the lowest annual impact to the homeowner that we've seen in the past decade in terms of overall expenses that the city has a say in. But in addition to that, recognizing that while we look after the ratepayer and make sure that we're investing in all the key things that keep our community safe and allow us to get through this COVID period, the community needs to move on and needs to also be in a position to ensure we come out of this pandemic even better and even stronger. And that means, continuing to move forward in our 5 key areas of our strategic plan: people-friendly transportation, environmental leadership, a vibrant economy, a caring community, and great customer service. That's what ratepayers expect to us in a non-emergency, and that's what they expect of us going forward, so that this community can continue to thrive as we go forward. And I think this budget strikes that right balance by ensuring that we are meeting the needs of our citizens going forward, but also building on the kinds of things we've done with the approval of Make It Kitchener 2.0 and other strategic initiatives over the past year, and what's in the work plan for the coming year, so that we will be able to come out stronger, that we'll be able to take advantage of subsequent federal programs that'll come in terms of economic stimulus coming out of this. And I can say that those discussions have already begun with both the federal and provincial governments, and that as a community, while this has without question been a challenging year in 2021, certainly in the beginning, and for much of the year will have its own challenges. As a community, we will be ready for it, and also prepared to see this community go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Rabinovich. With that, turn over to our CAO, Mr. Chapman.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to provide some brief opening remarks to frame today's budget conversation with council. And in doing that, I'd like to reflect on where we've been in the past, where we are in the present, and where we're going in the future. And it's my goal to strike both a sobering but also a hopeful tone through these comments. The City of Kitchener certainly developed responsible budgets in challenging economic times before. Many members of council have been on council when we faced economic downturn and had to respond through the budget. But certainly this is the first budget that's being delivered in the context of a global pandemic on a scale that none of us have ever experienced in our lifetimes. And that's the context within which we're setting the budget this year. The pandemic continues to have major impacts on society, which overshadow most current decision-making processes, including the budget process. In addition to the immediate health concerns that it represents for individuals, it's also had wide-reaching economic impacts on many individuals and organizations. And the city itself is not immune to the effects of the pandemic. As you know well, they've negatively impacted our financial position. But despite all of these financial challenges, I believe that the city remains in a strong position for the 2021 budget, both in terms of remaining solvent, but also supporting vulnerable residents. And I want to briefly highlight the reasons behind this. If we go to the next slide. Actually, you can skip to the next one. Perfect. The City of Kitchener has a long track record of responsible fiscal management, which results from strong council financial stewardship and prudent decision-making. Over the past decade, council has prepared the city for challenging financial times just like this through a number of things. First, by paying down debt, as has already been alluded to. And as a result of that, council is in a position this year to use that freed up debt room to limit the tax burden, and also to increase the amount of debt that's issued this year in response to record low interest rate environments. Council has built up reserves over the past decade. You've ensured that taxes remain affordable each and every year, and that increases are within the rate of inflation. And lastly, council has reduced systematically relying on unsustainable sources of revenue within the operating budget. And as a result of all of those things and many more, you're in a unique position, better than many other municipalities, to weather this storm without resorting to drastic cuts to valued city services. But if we go to the next slide and reflect on the present, or the year 2020, as the mayor has alluded to in his comments, when the pandemic began in March of 2020, the city took immediate action to exercise financial restraint and to offset the drastic financial impacts of COVID-19. As has already been mentioned, we placed over 900 staff, or 43% of the workforce, on unpaid declared emergency leave. We deferred $21 million of capital spending to address cash flow challenges. We returned $1.2 million in capital funding to the operating budget to address operating related shortfalls. We reduced overtime to the extent possible and reallocated staff to support the delivery of critical services. We froze discretionary spending, resulting in $1.1 million in savings in just a few months. We required all staff to fully utilize their vacation balances to avoid additional staffing related measures. And we plan to use stabilization reserves to offset projected deficits. Taken together, All of these actions stabilized our financial position together with the support of Safe Restart funding. And with that as the foundation, we turn our attention to 2021. Next slide, please. So I would suggest to Council that Kitchener is in a position to make balanced, intentional choices about the 2021 budget, thanks to many years of fiscal prudence and responsible decision-making during the good years. Unlike some municipalities in Ontario, we're not proposing to cut valued community services when they're most needed. That said, we are focusing on demonstrating restraint on behalf of all members of the community while providing additional supports to the citizens who need them the most. This budget achieves a number of things. First, it allows us to freeze user fees and charges at 2020 levels. Second, it allows us to respect taxpayers by having the lowest proposed annual impact of the homeowner in a decade, $34 across all services, tax, water, storm, sanitary, and natural gas combined. It allows us to maintain highly valued community programs and services, which we know is a consistent priority for Kitchener citizens based on feedback heard year over year. We are in a place to focus targeted financial support on our most vulnerable citizens by investing in resources to support business recovery, to promote equity, diversity, and inclusion, and to prioritize affordable housing. And lastly, we continue to advance our strategic and community goals, which councillors have consistently indicated remains a priority. This has certainly been a challenging financial year, and 2021 will have its own share of challenges. But Kitchener is well positioned to deliver a responsible budget which meets service expectations while also supporting vulnerable residents. And Council, I would suggest that we should not take that for granted. It's as a result of years of hard work and fiscal discipline, and the community will now benefit when it's most needed. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to our CFO, Jonathan Lautenbach, for his comments, unless there are any questions from Council.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. Mr. Lautenbach.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Davey and members of committee. This is the first real main day of discussions related to the 2021 budget. And as a reminder, there are several ways that people can connect when we're reviewing the budget. Obviously, this year is much different as a result of COVID-19, where in-person delegations are not possible to speak to the budget. Next slide, please, Jeff. But we have allocated 2 sessions for public input on December 7th and also December 14th. For those that choose to speak to the 2021 budget, they can sign up to be a virtual delegation in front of council. In terms of the timetable that's highlighted in front of you, it should be showing the operating budget because that is what we are talking about today. But we are going to be covering the capital budget on December 14th, looking to have final water infrastructure program utility rates approved on December 14th as well, and then final budget approval on January 18th, 2021. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, this budget is much different than in previous years. Certainly the content is much more pared down in terms of the number of issue papers that are in front of council to consider as part of this year's budget. But we will still be talking about the operating budget, and for a reminder for council and the public, that the focus of the operating budget is really on the annual delivery of programs and services for the community. We'll be talking about the capital budget in 2 weeks' time, which focuses on projects that have a defined scope and help address our asset replacement needs and infrastructure needs, as well as special projects. And finally, reserve and reserve funds. And this is an area where traditionally we haven't spent as much time, although we have highlighted through the budget process. Certainly in terms of the city's stabilization reserves, it is something that you'll see more content both in the operating budget section and also capital budget section this year. And these reserves are typically referred to as the rainy day fund. And certainly the reason it's referred to that is because it's funds that are set aside to address unexpected challenges and unanticipated events. And certainly council knows that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on the city's financial position this year. And we've been utilizing those reserves where possible to offset some of those impacts and expect to do so again in 2021. Next slide, please. If we look at the 5 years leading up to 2020, we actually were in fairly good financial shape in terms of having 5 years of operating surpluses. You can see in 2020 the dramatic impact that COVID-19 has had in terms of the city's projected deficit being at 7.1 million and impacts across all municipal operations totaling over 11 million. Next slide, please. But to mitigate some of these impacts, which would have been much greater, we did take immediate action, as was already mentioned. We've mentioned the staff that were placed on declared emergency leave, reducing overtime where possible by reallocating staff to support critical services. We also transferred 1.3 million in 2020 from capital to operating to address financial pressures, as well as the other measures that are listed on this slide. And for 2021, we do expect they'll have to continue with some similar measures to ensure that we can cover off expected shortfalls. Next slide, please. And that's really where the budget focuses on this year. It's about the 2021 financial realities. We know that in 2021, we're going to face similar pressures in terms of lower anticipated recreation revenue, a significant drop in investment income, as well as increased costs related to operating facilities to ensure that we can continue to keep staff and the community safe. And so when we think about the 2021 budget, the question was really about how do we balance those pressures while maintaining what historically has been our practice to have a tax rate increase that is at or below the rate of inflation, while also maintaining services, which we believe is critically important during this time. Next slide, please. So when we look at what our projected revenue shortfalls are, and two of the main areas that we expect to be challenges for us, investment income will be a little less than 2 million in terms of what we expect will be our actual results versus what we've included in the budget. In terms of recreation revenue, will be over 6 million in terms of the shortfall that we expect with reduced revenue coming in within those streams. And we'll have other impacts as well that are not as significant, but certainly reflect the impact that the pandemic is having on municipalities and in particular, City of Kitchener. Next slide, please. And so when we look at these stabilization reserves or tax stabilization reserves that we would normally use to offset these impacts, in 2020, we have been able to manage and utilize reserves or project to utilize reserves where possible to offset those impacts. You'll see that at the end of 2020, we have a positive balance showing both in the investment stabilization reserve and also the tax stabilization reserve. It's important to note that that is reflective of allocation of phase 1 safe restart funding that we were provided through the province earlier this year. And we are still waiting to hear whether we will be receiving funding through the application that we put in for phase 2. Certainly if we receive that funding, which we are hopeful and confident that we will, they will put our position in 2021 in a better position than what's showing on this graph. But I think what this shows you is that without additional funding and without measures taken this year to address those shortfalls, we would be looking at negative reserve balances in 2021 and 2022 and beyond. Next slide, please. And so when we thought about our strategy for this year, it was really focused on how do we maintain existing services. We knew that cutting services during this time would not be something that the community would want to see. And we certainly wanted to balance to ensure that we were not having a significant tax rate increase when many residents and businesses are struggling as well financially as a result of the pandemic. So we took the strategy to say we need to hold the line for 2021 and maintain 2020 budgeted levels. And that way we can reduce the overall impact that potentially we would have on homeowners and the homeowner impact for this year. But it also requires us to make some decisions related to how do we cover those shortfalls that I was showing on the previous slides. And so part of our strategy is to reduce 2021 capital spending to address operating pressures. This will help to increase stabilization reserve balances to cover expected shortfalls. Next slide, please. And so when we think about our 2021 budget priorities, the first priority really is about fiscal restraint. As I mentioned, our goal is to maintain existing services for the community, and that needs to be accomplished by having sufficient reserves to cover those impacts, but also continuing with some mitigation efforts this year as well, because we know those challenges will continue. But beyond fiscal restraint, we also know that economic recovery is of a critical importance for our local community. It was good timing that Make It Kitchener 2.0 was brought forward for Council's consideration this fall. And it's a $110 million fund that was established without the direct use of additional tax dollars. And that will help us both in the short term, but also the long term in addressing our economic recovery needs for the City of Kitchener. In particular, $5 million is earmarked to help support businesses during this very challenging time, with more detail coming back to Council in January related to how that funding can be allocated to provide that type of support. And then I'd also want to just lastly touch on that we are still making progress on strategic actions. As council made a decision in the fall and it prioritized, rightly so, to put forward a staff team related to equity, diversity, and inclusion as a priority for this year's budget. We've included that within the package today and the increase that's proposed. The Cycling and Trails Master Plan was also approved by council and is moving forward, but we also know that we'll have to look at some creative funding solutions, including potential grant opportunities to allow that to advance further than what's reflected in the capital forecast. And then finally, the affordable housing strategy will be coming back fairly soon to council for final approval. Next slide, please. And so one of the things that we do look at when we're setting the budget every year is economic considerations. Certainly, the pandemic has provided more uncertainty and risk associated with various economic projections and knowing when things will recover and at what time. Next slide, please. But the three that I wanted to focus on today was certainly inflation is something that we always do look at as a benchmark to see how do we compare in terms of the rate increase that we're proposing in terms of inflation. And you'll recall that we use a 2-year CPI average of past and current to establish that benchmark each year. It is important to note that inflation and some of the pressures that we face are slightly different than regular CPI, but we've always valued using that as we try to balance the impact in terms of any kind of increase we put forward for the community. In terms of interest rates, the Bank of Canada announced that they would be reducing interest rates quite quickly when the pandemic hit. And it's the current rate is at 0.25, and they've indicated that it's likely to stay there until 2023. And so what that means for us is cost of borrowing is low. And so what you'll see is in the capital forecast, we've tried to maximize our existing debt capacity where possible to try to reduce the amount of capital spending that we have to limit for this year. But at the same time, with low rates, we also know that investment returns will be limited. And so that is reflected in the impacts that we'll be facing in 2021. And then finally, in terms of affordability, one of the things that we will have to continue to watch in 2021 is potential concern over things like defaults, whether that be mortgages or payment of taxes or bankruptcies. It's something that we haven't seen any impacts this year in terms of that materializing to a significant extent, but could be a trend that as we look into 2021, as support from federal and provincial governments end, that could become more of a concern. And so it is something that we are watching.
Mr. Lappenbach, I'm going to pause you there for just 1 second. Councillor Singh has a question.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can wait until the presentation is done.
Oh, very good. Please continue, Mr. Lappenbach.
Next slide, please. So this graph is one that we show every year, and it's the affordability considerations in terms of the total tax rate impact and water and wastewater combined, and how we compare to other large municipalities in Ontario. And as you can see, we're well below the average and have really maintained this position on the lower end of this graph every year. And I think it speaks to the approach that we take related to our budget in terms of balancing the need for supporting and maintaining our services with a reasonable increase in order to do so. And so I don't expect that this will shift with anything that we're proposing this year. I expect that we'll continue to be on the lower end of this graph for some time. Next slide, please. So when we talk about and think about what does 2021 look like in terms of an increase, when we start out, we have base budget pressures that we have to accommodate in any given year. And for this year, it's really about contractual obligations that we have built into the budget. As was mentioned, we've given direction to staff and all other accounts that there are not that obligation requirement to flatline at 2020 levels. We then have growth-related items, and these are operating impacts that are coming into the budget as a result of capital assets and growth happening in our community. So a good example would be Schlegel Park, which is coming on board, and there are operating related costs associated with maintaining that asset. And then finally, we have corporate allocations, and those are obligations such as our debt that we're required to pay as part of the annual budget. In terms of mitigating those pressures, as I mentioned, staff did some work to ensure that we could reduce down where possible accounts across the board. In addition to that, we also look to assessment growth and try to apply that 100% to ensure that the tax rate is as low as it can be For this year, assessment growth came in at 1.52%, and so slightly higher than what we normally would budget or plan for in the budget, but certainly not higher than what we have seen in some other years. And in terms of comment related to our debt capacity, you're well aware that EDIF debt room has been available over the next 9 years for council to allocate against budget priorities. And for 2021, we have actually allocated 100% of that room to ensure that we can come in with the lowest tax rate increase possible. You may recall that through the long-term financial plan, council had endorsed applying 60% to the facility issue. We still plan to do that in future years, but for this year, believe it would be the right decision to make that shift, to apply it this way, to be able to deliver the increase in front of you. Next slide, please. In terms of the overall tax bill, and this is the residential split, the city is about 30% of that total tax bill based on the services that we provide. The region is obviously the largest share at around 55%, and school boards are at 14%. If you look at commercial and industrial business taxes, it is a little bit different in terms of the split, where school boards actually make up the largest portion. And so that's one of the reasons why the province recently announced that business education tax for 2021 will be reduced by 30%. That will give tax reductions for both businesses and the industrial classes in terms of property tax for this year and help support them during these challenging times. Next slide, please. In terms of what we're proposing for our utility rates or water infrastructure program rates, you will recall that council endorsed a plan that was a 5-year plan with rate increases that started at 6.5% in 2018 and 2019, and were planned to be at 4.5% between 2020 and 2022. Recognizing that the goal this year was trying to provide the lowest increase possible, we're proposing a 0.9% increase for water utility rates. This is only being achieved as a result of us coming in at 0% for both water and sanitary, and making some adjustments as necessary in terms of the capital forecasts in order to do this. But we also recognize that we've been provided with 50 million in disaster mitigation adaptation fund for stormwater related needs. And so the 0.9% is still needed to address what the city's obligations are in terms of funding our portion of that grant application. And so that's why we are still proposing that there's an increase this year at 0.9%. In terms of future years, we haven't come to any conclusion in terms of what rate increases might be. That is something that we do expect to come back to council as part of the 2022 budget and outline a rate solution in terms of 2022 and potentially beyond as we renew the water infrastructure program and what those rate impacts might have to be. Next slide, please. So in terms of the proposed total budget increase, we're proposing 1.1% tax rate increase, a 0.9% water utilities increase, and a gas increase that was already approved by council earlier this fall, for a total impact to the homeowner of $34 per year. As was mentioned, this is the lowest household impact in over a decade. And I think it reflects the balance that we've tried to strike with this budget by maintaining services, making the decision not to cut services, but maintain services, about at the same time coming in with a percentage that I think balances the needs to be able to do that, but also respects the taxpayer and ratepayer during very challenging times. Next slide, please. So in terms of final thoughts, this year's budget, as I mentioned, is much different than previous years due to the financial impacts of COVID-19. We've had to take unprecedented measures this year just to manage some of those impacts, but we're still in a good position to weather the storm and move through and address impacts with our budget strategy for this year. We are waiting on news related to the Safe Restart funding, the phase 2 application that we put in, and are hopeful that we do receive funding to also help with some of those pressures. But we also expect that we're going to have to take action on our own. And our budget strategy essentially does that by proposing using reserves through reducing capital spending, as well as continuing with those mitigation measures. So overall, I believe that this budget provides the right balance in terms of the need to maintain our existing services for the community at the lowest possible increase. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions you might have.
Thank you. There are two in the queue, Mr. Lattenbach. First again is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry if my question has a bit of a comment to it. Very pleased on seeing the budget being presented in its current form. It's without question probably one of the hardest tasks that our finance staff must have had to endure in trying to limit the overall impact to our taxpayers in this time of crisis. I kind of want to focus on some of your comments, Jonathan. You mentioned about concern about mortgage defaults, and I agree. We have to be forward looking to mitigate any issues there. But wouldn't it be correct that we are safeguarded that taxes do take priority on defaults over anything else, and that risk is somewhat reduced because of the tax priority over other mortgage charges?
So that's correct in that property taxes, we do have a process that does protect us. In terms of the concern over any potential defaults, it would really be related to cash flow. So in terms of seeing our arrears go up in a significant way, certainly we haven't seen that in 2020. And so that's good news. And we're hopeful that with news of potentially a vaccine coming later in the fall, or in terms of the majority of Canadians potentially being vaccinated by that time, there is a potential that federal and provincial support will help businesses and help residents, sort of weather the storm until we get to that point. And so we may not see that arrears spike significantly, but it is something that we do need to be mindful of and see if there are shifts that do happen.
Okay, no, the reason why I wanted to ensure that there was clarity, I didn't want there to be a presumption that we would have to forego some of the taxes that we are anticipating because of defaults, and we're safeguarded there, but as you explained, due to the cash flow. And it's an important note. The second is impact of growth. And that's where my concern lies more. And I'm hoping that staff are putting enough consideration that, as positive as we can be, looking into 2021 about the vaccine and things returning back to normal, growth may still end up being impacted. The whole impact of the pandemic is very fluid, and it's really, I don't think, totally absorbed into the market. Is it prudent to project a much lower rate into 2021 just to ensure? And if we're better positioned, it would just mean a better, I guess, a surplus instead of budgeting. Can you comment on that, please?
So can you clarify the comment in terms of the lower rate?
Lower projected growth rate.
Growth rate.
Assessment growth.
Well, certainly. So what we do budget for in terms of assessment growth is 1.25%. So we've achieved higher than that this year.
No, my question was for 2021. Is it prudent perhaps for us to be projecting at 1% or below 1% just to be on the safer side?
I would actually think that it's probably safe where we do normally budget in terms of 1.25, and that would impact next year's budget in terms of what we see in terms of assessment growth. And the reason being is we are expecting that we're going to have catch up in terms of assessment coming in at some point. And that growth-related assessment does come in lagging from when the development happens. So as development's been concluded, we'll see, a couple of years later where it does provide a benefit in terms of additional revenue for the municipality. So I'm still comfortable to keep sort of a 1.25% long-term sort of target in terms of looking at that. Certainly as the pandemic continues and seeing how that impacts ongoing development, which we haven't seen signs of it yet slowing down, we would then relook at that in terms of whether it's a realistic projection.
Okay, my question on utilities, and that'll be my last, Mr. Chair. And before I ask the question, I want to pre-qualify that I realize that there's risks in financial planning in this way, but rather than reducing significant work that was planned as part of the infrastructure repair to ensure that we have a lower rate this year as opposed to what was planned, is it possible to consider running some deficits and still doing the necessary work so that we don't fall too far behind, in the hope that the federal government will step in? I ask this instead of borrowing debt, because once we borrow debt, again, the higher orders of government may feel that we're in a suitable position. But if we run deficits in them in capital consideration, that we may be able to fill those gaps, hopefully when additional funding will and soon become available as being noted out from various orders of government. Can it be done that way?
So we can certainly utilize some of the reserves if we had to address some of the capital needs. I believe the only reason we have taken the strategy of being able to defer capital is because we have made some progress related, particularly on the water infrastructure side, in terms of addressing those needs. I think as a long-term strategy, it wouldn't be something that we would recommend every year, but I do think it's something we can do for this year in terms of coming in at a 0% increase both on the water and sewer side without it significantly impacting the capital related replacement needs for the water infrastructure program.
Is it difficult to do that for stormwater as well? Seeing as 6%, even though that as a utility, that's a lesser impact, but nonetheless, is there a different way of doing, going back to my earlier question about showing deficits from a reserve, that we can show a lesser increase than the 6% so that we still meet our obligation with the funding that was received?
So the stormwater utility isn't in a position that I think it would be recommended to take that strategy. Certainly the commitments that we have under the DMAF program really were based on the increases that we had planned to achieve through the water infrastructure program. So we do have the commitment to provide funding in order to allow that 50 million to be fully realized. So we wouldn't necessarily have the capacity to take that type of strategy within the stormwater related utility.
Okay, I'll ask that question offline if you have capacity through debt to meet that obligation, and so that we can have a lower rate. But I'll clarify that through offline. Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, yes, I'd like to go back to, I'm getting a little confused here. Councillor Singh wants you to use a lower assessment growth rate than you're using. Is that right? Is that what he was?
I believe Councillor Singh's question was about more long-term in terms of what we project for growth. In terms of this year, 1.52% was what we achieved in terms of assessment growth. So that is a final number that's been included in the budget.
Okay, so he wasn't asking you to reduce that figure.
I believe his question was more aimed at future unit forecasting in terms of what we see in terms of.
Okay, all right. So if you reduce the assessment growth, you have to make up by increasing the tax rate, right?
That would be correct in terms of.
Yeah, okay. I have a number of questions. I'd like to go back to 033. I had trouble following what you were really trying to tell us. Maybe I'm just slow, but
Jeff, can we go back? I don't have control of the presentation, so.
033.
033 is the 2021 projected revenue shortfall slide. It's back, probably a few more slides here. Next one more.
There you go.
yeah, what is this telling us? I'm sort of a little confused.
So in terms of this slide, we've kept our budgeted levels in terms of investment income at 4 million and for our recreation revenue at 10.9. So the way that we view the impacts for this year is that they're temporary as a result of the pandemic. So what we're saying in this slide is that we do expect that in terms of what our actuals are for this year and what we might achieve based on estimates is going to be lower than what we've included in the budget. So our strategy to address that is by reducing capital spending that will increase our reserves to cover off those expected shortfalls.
Well, why would we act in a manner like this of showing really not realistic figures? Don't you normally budget what you expect is actually going to be the case? Like that investment, for example, and I don't understand it. We had 2.9 million in investment income, and you're budgeting 4,040,000, which is a 30% increase. I don't understand where that's coming from.
So in terms of
Is there going to be a 30% increase in our investment income?
So in terms of the level of investment income, we use the 3-year average to determine what the budget is. So that's the process that council endorsed in terms of moving forward. So that average will change next year depending on our results and will likely shift downward. But in terms of this year, what we're showing is that what we actually will achieve will likely be less. And the strategy that we put forward actually accommodates for that in terms of ensuring that we have reserves that will offset that shortfall at the end of the year. In terms of the recreation related budget line, we know that by removing and reducing down the budget would be a permanent impact at this point. And that's not a strategy that we're taking as part of the budget process. Reviewing, obviously, that the pandemic is having a long-term impact in the short term, but we do expect that we'll return to budgeted levels at some point that will align with what we've included in the budget. And it wouldn't be responsible at this point to make permanent cuts without knowing what changes to those levels might be needed more long-term. So again, we have a strategy to address the shortfall, but we haven't adjusted the budgeted levels related to those revenue lines.
I'm telling you, I'm finding this very confusing. We're budgeting, we're throwing figures into a budget that are somewhat not totally pulled out of the air, but normally I would think budgets are related to what you're actually going to anticipate. So I don't. To me, we're playing a bit of smoke and mirrors here. I'm really having trouble following where some of these figures are coming from. And when you do that, like I'm having a real problem understanding the recreation shortfall for this year of $8 million. I'm not understanding how that's arisen, and when we're throwing in figures from left, right, and center, I don't understand it. I mean, going forward, if we receive 2.9 million in investment income in 2020, that's all we're going to receive in 2021, and it's a false sense by throwing in a figure of 4,040,000. I don't follow that. That's pretty advanced economics.
So again, what we didn't want to do is adjust. For investment, we're using the approach that was endorsed by council in terms of setting the budgeted rate. As you recall, when times were good, we had the issue of investment income being budgeted too high, and or the calls to budget it higher than what it was, and we achieved better results than what the budget was. In this case, we've used the 3-year average. We do expect that we'll likely be short on that based on where rates are. But in terms of the recreation shortfall, we wouldn't want to make permanent cuts to the budget only to have to reinstate that in a future year. We've kept them flat at existing levels for 2020, but we do know, very similar to 2020, that we will have a shortfall in terms of actual revenue that we achieve. And much of that is dependent on how the pandemic plays out, in terms of whether our facilities are open, in terms of what the restrictions or limits might be placed on them based on public health guidelines. And so those are all things that we can't predict in terms of what the final number would be, but we are planning to ensure that we have reserves that can cover off that shortfall.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, I'm going to have to ask you to queue back in if you have further questions. And just while I have the floor for a second too, I would please ask Councillor Gazzola, you're careful in the terminology you use. Smoke and mirrors is not, I don't think, an appropriate term for figures that are set by us as a policy. Like that investment income figure was set by us like not even 2 years ago as a projection. So to suggest that it's smoke and mirrors is, I think, inappropriate. Okay.
With all due respect, I didn't agree with that policy that was set. It was set at a time when things were glowing. We're in a whole different world now. So yes, I won't change my wording. I think that's appropriate word. I'm having, after many years of following a budget, I'm having trouble seeing what we're trying to tell the people here. So please, I will key back in.
I'll have a comment on that as well, but we'll go to Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I had a similar concern about the 3-year average on the projected revenue, but also on the 2-year CPI average. Is it possible with this budget to sort of set those averages aside and work with the here and now, because it's such unprecedented times? I mean, we keep saying that, and yet we're using formulas that don't account for that, for the reality we're living right now. So, and I understand what's being done here, and I understand that we've approved these formulas, but I think when those formulas were approved, nobody would have been anticipated the current situation that we're in right now. So I don't know if that's a question or a comment, but the other thing I have concerns with is when we talk about the average home value in the region or the city, and we talk about $326,000, and I think this came up at the last budget, and I'm still puzzled as to why we would use such a deflated home value when, according to, I can't even tell you my source, but when I Googled it, it came up that the average home value in this city or this region is $640,000. So we're giving figures here that are about half, and which I think has to be reflected in the budget as well. When we talk about how much more residents would have to pay in taxes, I wonder if the figures we're giving are accurate enough. So maybe you can speak to those two issues.
So in terms of the CPI average, I think it is important to note that it is a policy decision in terms of a benchmark that we use to compare to. But at the same time, when you look at actual inflation, it is on the upswing in terms of what's projected even for 2021. So we do use an average in terms of past and current projected up to the end of the year. We do think that using that approach will accommodate for what those actual pressures are as we go through the year. And as I noted, the municipal pressures that we have in terms of our budget are slightly different than CPI. They're actually greater potentially than what traditional CPI would be. So again, it's a benchmark. It's something that we use to compare, and something that I think is a good tool in terms of being consistent in terms of how we present our information. But in terms of the assessed value, I think it's important to note that taxes are billed based on assessed value. And so the value that we are showing is based on the average assessed value. So we're not talking about sales price. We're not talking about what the home price is at this point in time. And the way that assessment does work, it is something that does lag. As you know, MPAC assesses properties, and then it's a 4-year time frame to actually build in that value within what you're seeing in terms of an assessed value. So there is a lag between sales prices and assessment, but what we do use is that average in terms of assessed value, and that's what's provided in terms of the comparison.
Okay. Another question, and this might be a bit more difficult to respond to, but do you have any, well, I guess my first question would be, how much have you asked for in the phase 2 application?
So our total phase 2 application was 5.9 million that we requested from the province in terms of federal funding.
And when will we find out about that?
They've indicated that sometime in December, we should hear about the status of our application. So we're hoping that it will be before the end of the year. And the other indication is that if we are successful in receiving funding, that the funding would flow in January.
And if we were to be successful, how would that modify the budget, the operating budget that's before us today?
So if we were successful in funding or in receiving funding, it would improve our reserve projection that I showed in one of the slides, where in 2021 and 2022, without any action, we would be in a negative position. It will bump our reserves back up to slightly positive, but it will still require action to be taken on the capital side to still provide funding, to support what could be significant shortfalls in terms of some of these items that are on the screen here.
So rather than putting into reserves, is it not possible to manage that money in such a way that we can present an operating or a budget overall at 0%, like use that money to offset other expenses?
It's not intended to be built into a budget, so it's actually to cover 2020 impacts. So it would actually increase our reserve balances, What it would mean is in 2021 is we would have a little more flexibility from a financial point of view, but it wouldn't drastically change our overall strategy for this year.
Okay, maybe well, I don't know what I should be talking to right now, but speaking to right now. So maybe I'll stop there because others might have questions.
Okay, actually, just Councillor Gazzola for a second round. Go ahead.
Yeah, really going back to what Councillor Chapman is saying, that your staff are saying that if we do well by the application we've made to the province, we're going to put that all into reserves. What she's somewhat indicating is, can we take something out of reserves this year and perhaps come down to a 0% increase? And that's a decision that council could make. I mean, our reserves are fantastic. Our reserves are fantastic. We could take from our reserves and get down to a zero balance and not deprive our children, great grandchildren, and whatnot of anything down the road. Anyhow, I just wanted to emphasize on what Councillor Chapman has asked. I want to ask about. Sorry.
So if we did do a budgeted draw from reserves, it would mean that we would have to get off of that budgeted draw the following year. So in terms of strategy that we've utilized for this year, it's covering the impacts based on one-time draw from reserves. So we do expect we'll be using reserves. We're using them fully within this strategy. But what we're not recommending is a budgeted draw to bring the tax rate down to a certain target, because we know that that's not sustainable in terms of a long-term strategy.
Yeah. Yes, you're very right. Now, in the olden days, we did that for many years. We did rely on our reserves, and we did not die. We're still here. So when you've got, we had many years when our reserve balance, many years when our reserve balances at the end of the year were Zippo, very small. Now we're looking at $100 million reserve. You can't do everything. So reserves are savings for the future. Well, when times are bad, you can't be looking to the savings. You can't live on savings. So I just want to go back to this necessity to have a 0.9 increase on stormwater in order to meet the requirements of the DMAF grant. Now, is there any possibility that grant could change its requirements in view of this pandemic? That grant was set up and all of that long before we ever anticipated being in the world position that we are now. So what we're actually saying here is we've got to have, just to keep up with that, we got to have a 0.9% increase for stormwater, as being able to come down to a 0% increase for all our utilities.
So in terms of the DMAF agreement, we do have an agreement in place with the federal government in terms of that funding, but it does require us to provide matching funds. And so our strategy with our application was always to rely on what our projected rate increases would be for the stormwater utility. And that's why we can't propose a 0% increase for stormwater. We do need to have the rate increase that was indicated to support those capital needs and take advantage of the full $50 million in funding.
But I'm asking, can we not go back to that agreement? And surely the federal government is prepared to adjust that agreement for a few short years here while we're suffering because of the pandemic.
I think that the federal government's commitment is providing the funding based on the funds that we match with. So it's less about the timing of their funding and going back to them. It's more about, taking advantage of the full amount that we've been allocating and leveraging that funding. And so we do think it's important to maintain what our plan was in terms of those increases, because if we don't do it this year, we're going to need to do it down the road. And so it is a slight increase, but we do think it is needed to address our DMAF obligations, both in the short term, but also the long term, to take advantage of that $50 million in funding.
It's unfortunate though nowadays though that our thinking has to be all for this year, because if we don't do things all for this year and next year, we may not be here in 2 years or 3 years. We have to look after, unfortunately, right now, all for this year. I just want to flip over to schedule 040.
So move forward with the slides, please. Right there.
Yeah, I'm really questioning the fact that we're dealing with almost $2 million in growth items. Shouldn't we be cutting back for a couple of years on growth items? This is not the time to be dealing with growth items.
So many of these items are operating costs that we know we are going to incur because capital projects have been completed, and we need to maintain the assets that were put in place related to growth pressures. There are other elements in the growth number there that Council also supported this fall, the equity, diversity, and inclusion staff team, and also the sidewalk snow clearing bylaw adjustments that were made in terms of building that in permanently to the budget. And so those really do make up the growth items for this year, many of which are unavoidable and that the operating impacts would be coming on anyways. And so it would be best to reflect them in the budget.
Well, I saw somewhere along the line new items that we're getting into this year. I don't like the downtown cycling and some things like that. Could those not be postponed for a few years and thereby reduce that figure of 1.7 million and the 518,000? I mean, just a few minor reductions there, and we're able to get closer and closer to a zero impact on our ratepayers. I mean, you're coming from a staff viewpoint, and I cannot disagree with you. You're doing what you're doing. Staff are doing exactly what they should be doing. You've produced a good product here. Now it's up to council to pick up and go a little bit further. So that's just a comment. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. And Mr. Lautenbach, great presentation so far. I just want to follow up on the stormwater program because, that has certainly been a topic of conversation in terms of the 0.9%. But I think it's also important to recognize what the $50 million means for our ratepayers. And so if we weren't able to proceed with those programs and thus potentially had to return the money to the federal government, but continue with that work, what kind of rate increases would have to be incurred by ratepayers in the stormwater utility to replace that $50 million from the federal government if we didn't proceed?
So I can't say in terms of what the rate increase would be, but what I can tell you is advancing that $50 million in work that was planned, it would have been a much longer time horizon. And so it would have been significant rate increases to build up to that point in terms of addressing those capital needs. This is funding that was provided to advance our stormwater work. And certainly we've leveraged what we had planned to raise in terms of stormwater over the 10-year timeframe in order to achieve that. And so I do think it is important for us to maintain what our planned commitments were related to stormwater to ensure that we are maximizing that 50 million. Otherwise, it would have been down the road that we would be getting to these issues. And as you know, flooding can have significant impacts on the community, both in terms of cost and in terms of responding to that. And so this funding will certainly help put us in a better position to respond to those kind of events that we know are going to continue with things like climate change happening more regularly in our community in terms of flooding. And so it will make us more resilient without the need for us carrying those costs on our own in terms of addressing those needs.
So while you may not be able to give me the exact percentage right now, If we use that same 10-year time frame and the $50 million, is it fair to say that it would at least result in a several percentage points each year over the 10 years in order to gather those $50 million?
It would, like if we were trying to address the same amount of work in the same time frame, it would be a significant increase over that 10-year time frame to be able to do that. This has helped us.
So perhaps, maybe I think it would be helpful if you could get us that percentage so that council is understands and ratepayers understand what's at stake. You know, it was a huge achievement for us as a city to be able to get the $50 million. I know many other cities, you know, would have yearned for that. And so I think it's important that we understand what the implications of that is. So if you can bring that back for final budget day as a piece of information, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we'll take that.
Thank you. The other point I will say is, you know, I think what you as staff have tried to do here is build a budget that's based on prudent financial decisions that this council and this organization have made in the past, and recognizing that we need to find a balance between dealing with the COVID issues that are immediate and also the long-term ongoing sustainability of the city. Had we not made those financial decisions, including the reserves that we have in place, we would have been in much graver financial difficulty today than we have been. I think the other piece to keep in mind is there's really two pieces to the Safe Restart funding. There's phase 2 of the funding that was announced for 2020. And I think council should be aware that, you know, we are already meeting with and dialoguing with our federal and provincial partners around 2021 dollars. Staff have budgeted for some of those impacts because we don't know that we're going to have, or all of those impacts, because we don't know we're going to have those dollars. But at the end of the day, if we do in fact get them, those dollars should go back into the sources of funding where they came from. And so I think there's a logic to what's being approached here.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis, you haven't spoken yet.
Thanks, Chair Davey, and thanks staff for your presentation. I guess my question is in regard to the way we forecast, and I know that was brought up. And currently we do it in a 3-year cycle. Just wanted to know how common is that in the financial sector when you do a time analysis for forecasting?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning and the last piece of your question.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is we basically forecast our budgets on a time analysis of a 3-year term that we approved a couple years back. And I know that was in question. And I just wanted to ask you, how common is that in the financial sector, a time analysis approach to financial forecasting?
Certainly, you know, time is a critical point when you look at sort of permanent budget adjustments. You know, we wouldn't want to see fluctuations in the operating budget as example. And so we do try to look out and see how do we forecast and adjust levels that we know are sort of addressing both the short but also long-term sort of trends that we're seeing. So it is key in terms of, you know, how we budget. We wouldn't want to have operating budget levels being going up and down as sort of like a yo-yo approach. And so we do look at sort of what is the long-term, you know, impacts of different events. And that's sort of informed our strategy for this year in terms of how we're planning to address what we view as, although long-lasting measures in terms of very short time horizon of the pandemic, but temporary measures.
Okay. So prudent financial planning to me sounds like something with a forecast that's significant and more than the year-to-year forecast that we had done in the past.
That's right. We would certainly want to make adjustments that were permanent by knowing more of what a long-term sort of horizon looks like. In the short term, we try to address what those fluctuations would be, and that's why we do use things like reserves to do so, and other means in terms of mitigate unexpected impacts.
Okay, so if previous council, or I can't remember when we did this change, we did it last year or 2 years ago, when we did the time analysis forecast of 3 years. If we had not done that, how much more difficult would this budget would have been, and how much of a bigger yo-yo would it have been?
Well, I think if we looked at budgeting in isolation of a 1 year sort of horizon, you would be seeing dramatic shifts all the time. And so it is important to sort of take that sort of higher view in terms of looking at events that are happening and how it's impacting the budget and making adjustments appropriately. And so I do think that's part of the lens that we put to every budget that we put forward, but certainly in this time, when we are seeing significant swings, addressing it in a way that I believe is responsible in terms of addressing those needs, but also not putting in a significant impact on residents during a very difficult time.
Okay, and my last question, and thanks for answering. I'm not sure if this was in your time too as well, but and I know in the last maybe 4 years or so, during one of our surveys, what did our taxpayers prefer as far as the way they want their taxes paid and the way they want to pay their bills? Do they want to see a steady flow or a fluctuation of up and down costs?
So I'm not sure we directly asked that question. I know what they did indicate was that they prefer to have budgets that align with the rate of inflation. And so that would suggest more consistency in terms of a rate increase, in terms of different adjustments. And that's what I think we've tried to achieve, is making sure that we've sort of stuck with what we've done historically, and forecasting out in terms of how we can address some of these challenges from a financial point of view without having a tax rate increase or a rate increase that would fluctuate significantly in any given year.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. I have Councillor Chapman for round two.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going back through last year's budget and recalling how we, in the operating budget, we had these options, one of them being the affordable housing strategy. And I asked at that time whether this would be a permanent line in the budget. And I don't see it anywhere. So I was wondering, is it disappeared, and how should this be read?
No, and so in terms of the allocation that was provided last year, it was a permanent operating budget addition. So it is 100,000 that was added in as part of that decision of council. So it would be included in the total operating budget number that you are reviewing. It's not spelled out in terms of specific line item in front of you, but it is included in the budget.
So I think my request last year was that it be there and that we see, and we could determine if that amount should go up or down. And I'm not wanting to add more to the budget. In fact, I would like to see a 0% increase, but I was a bit surprised not to see any mention of the affordable housing component of the budget.
So typically when we do add something that's on a permanent basis into the operating budget, it rolls into the base number that then comes forward to the next year. So that's, why it wouldn't be spelled out or separated, but it was included based on the decision of council to make that an operating budget increase last year. So that funding is still there and available on an ongoing basis. So
every year there's $125,000. If we wanted to increase it, we would do it how, and how would we know to do it?
We could follow up in terms of the exact amount of where it presents and what line item, but it would be through the budget to increase any particular line where you'd want to see additional funding. Certainly this year is much different than other years in that we haven't included items for council to sort of choose with additional funding to allocate, partly obviously because of the pandemic and the financial situation that's brought on. But at some point we would hope to return to that type of approach, particularly when we return to more of a normal sort of environment in terms of moving forward with priorities.
Okay, thank you.
I see Mr. Haggy queued in. did you want to comment on the line?
Yeah, just to respond to Councillor Chapman's question and to the mayor's earlier one about DMAF. The affordable housing funding sits in the general expense other line. So is on page 019 in the general expense section. And then there's a line that's called other. The total budget for that, for all of things in that, is $1.6 million. And a portion of that is for affordable housing. And to the mayor's earlier question about the DMAF grant and what that equates to, on stormwater, 1% is around $200,000. So to get to $50 million, we would need a 250% stormwater rate increase, which is very significant.
Is it possible to get the breakdown of the other line?
Yes, we can provide that.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councillor Gazzola, I have your hand up here again. You've already asked questions twice. Is this comment?
No, since I've already asked questions twice, I will ask something offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a couple quick comments. First of all, on the notion of the assessed value. Councillor Chapman, you're correct. It looks very, very low, but that's just the reality of the system that we use, and we don't have any control over the system. That's MPAC that sets the assessed value for homes. And for reference, I would encourage anyone to actually take a look at the assessed value for your own home and then compare that to what the houses around you are selling for, and you will find a massive disconnect. But it's moot because the city uses that assessed value to make the assessment calculation on what you actually pay in your taxes. So I would put forward that if you do the cross calculation on your own assessed value compared to what the impact to homeowner is, those numbers would line up perfectly. So it's an exactly accurate estimate on how it's going to impact the homeowners. I just wanted to comment briefly too on the notion of using the second restart funding to lower the tax levy. Mr. Lautenbach covered it quite clearly that anything we do this year will only come back and hit us doubly hard next year because it's a one-time allocation, not an ongoing allocation, as one part of the area that concerns me there. And the other area that really does concern me is we're projecting deficits for some of our reserves, most notably our tax stabilization reserve, which is our rainy day reserve. If your rainy day reserve is in negative, you should be putting money into it, not putting it further in the negative position, in my opinion. These are the sorts of decisions that we've made over the years. That's why the City of Kitchener is in a fiscally responsible position we are in today to be able to respond to the situation. And you know what? Maybe 2020 is even worse and we need to revisit and dig deeper in the following years. But I think meeting the impact to homeowners that we're meeting now is responsive enough under the circumstances. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, I have you.
Yes, thank you. And I just wanted to make a brief comment. And my comment is to say thank you so much to our staff for bringing forward this budget. The fact that you have been able to look at maintaining our services and helping to ensure that the tax rate did not go up by a lot in these incredibly challenging times. I cannot imagine how difficult it was to approach the budget this year. So I just wanted to say a big thank you. We knew right from the get-go, whenever March hit, that coming up with a budget this year would be difficult. I remember Councillor Davies' comments at the very beginning, which was that our budget this year would either be challenging or very challenging. I was hoping for a door number 3 there, but what I think that you've been able to do is to work very hard at coming up with a budget that is fair and is still providing much needed services to our community. So I just wanted to say a big thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. There's no one else in the queue, so we'll move to the boards, the first of which is the library board. And I understand Mary Chevreau and Angela Riddell are here from the library to answer any questions Council may have. Is there any comments? Sorry, Mr. Haggie, is there any comments or presentation?
No,
there is an issue paper.
Yeah, perhaps we could get the clerks to advance the slides to the KPL financial figures. And then you're correct that there are representatives from KPL that can discuss this or any other questions. They may have some brief comments they want to make themselves.
Ms. Chebro, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Davey and members of council and City of Kitchener staff. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak to you today in this most unprecedented year. But before I address my issue paper, Going Fine Free, I did want to acknowledge and say how proud I am of library staff, how quickly they were able to pivot to virtual programming and services, how quickly they developed safe and welcoming protocols to welcome the public back into our spaces, and how their creativity and innovation has allowed literally thousands of people to participate in over 500 virtual programs. We have witnessed an unprecedented increase in e-content usage, anywhere from 35 to 60%, depending on the format. Access to the internet, technology, and library collections means more to our customers than ever. Which of course brings me to my issue paper and my ask. COVID-19 has exposed a huge barrier and inequity to access for our library collections, which has now been recognized by over 285 public libraries in North America and over 50 libraries and growing in Canada, including London, Brampton, Ajax, Richmond Hill, Vaughan, Barrie, Oakville, Thunder Bay, Halifax, Calgary, Edmonton, Regina, and Saskatoon. And this is changing every day. And this barrier and inequity all has to do with late fees. Like many public libraries, Kitchener Public Library charges for late fines. Today, we have over 11,000 adults and children who are blocked from borrowing any items, including e-content, from our libraries because they owe $20 or more in fines. Of those, 67% have not been able to use and have not stepped in our library in over 2 years. We have found, or what we have found, excuse me, is that late fees, while intended to act as a deterrent or in some kind of lesson of responsibility, in fact, do neither. Those who can afford late fees simply keep their items out as long as they want and pay the fine. Those who can't simply stop using the library. And furthermore, those who can't tend to be people from low income or marginalized groups and our children. This is a time for the City of Kitchener to take a leadership role in the region and remove fines as a form of library revenue. The library board unanimously approved the motion at our last board meeting with the understanding that I would bring this forward today. Due to this year, the library is carrying approximately $250,000 surplus. If we stop charging fees in 2021, the library is looking at approximately $163,000 shortfall. Staff have plans to make up the shortfall through a new special occasion rental income, but this will not likely be fully realized until 2022. Therefore, I'm asking council to allow the library to retain its 2020 surplus of $250,000 to offset the overdue fine shortfalls. And in addition to its typical inflationary increase, commit to increasing the library operating grant by $100,000 to permanently eliminate fines. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. There are 2 people in the queue, 3 people now with questions, and I will have some myself. Sorry, I apologize. I did not see the order that these came in. I'm going to start with Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, thank you. I was going to start off by asking, I was hoping that the grant, if the grant were frozen as it was last year, could the library manage? I just looked at it to say, if it were frozen instead, as like last year, instead of ending up with a surplus of $250, maybe you would break even. So is that a possibility?
Sorry, clarification, Councillor Gazzola, the grant from the city.
Yes.
Okay, I don't believe it was frozen last year, but I stand to be corrected.
No, it wasn't. No, but I'm saying, could it be frozen for 2021 the same as 2020?
Apologies.
And instead of having a surplus at the end of the year of 250 would be a break even.
Ms. Chebro?
I suppose that's one strategy that we could consider. Council is willing to do that.
Okay, thank you. Could you try to walk me through, if you could, the fines figures there, where you're showing 374,000. That's really made up of several things, is it not?
The overdue fines is 163. For the actual number for 2019 was 163,138. That's how much we collected in revenue in 2019. In 2020, as you can see, it dropped significantly to 38,400.
Well, that's what I mean. So in 2021, in 2021, the 305, I just want to understand this, the $374,000 in that line is really made up of using some of the 250,000 plus a special 100,000 increase in grant from the city.
No.
Okay, I'm trying to understand where the 374, because you're doing away with fines. So what makes up the 374?
Well, we are only looking at the 206,000 fines are included in that 374 at this point.
How much are the fines?
207,000.
Okay.
And the amount that we're talking about in terms of the overdue revenue is 163 of that.
So, but why would you include fines there if you're saying you're going to do away with fines?
We're not. What we're asking, we're just showing in 2021, if we do nothing, if we continue to fine, that's what it'll look like. That's the impact.
But you want to go the route of eliminating fines. So why wouldn't that, if that's where you want to go, why wouldn't that be reflected there?
Well, it was added because we don't have council approval yet. It's added in the budget impact. If we have approval to remove fines, then we'll be looking at a shortfall of 163.
Okay. All right, based on the
issue paper. Sorry.
Yeah, you've prepared your budget on the basis that council's not going to meet your request. Is that right?
Yes, I think the budget that you're looking at right now was submitted prior to the issue paper.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's.
And this is Councilor Gazzola. This is This has gained momentum incredibly quickly. As you heard, there's 285 libraries. Every day, another library is removing fines as that barrier. So you're correct. The issue paper and the numbers that you're looking at are different.
Okay, that's so I understand where you're going. I don't totally understand because I really hate to see people don't have to pay for dues for books, right? There's no. I really am struggling with the concept of throwing out rules. Even if you're poor, you can follow rules. I don't quite appreciate it. I don't.
Well, through the chair, in fact, what the research has shown is that if people are unable, the impact is greater on people who are not able to pay these fines. And if we are trying to provide access, equitable access, then we need to find ways that we can do that. And if even just looking at our community with 11,000 individuals with fines over $20, and 67% of those people have not come back to the library in 2 years, most of whom are frankly from less privileged households and children, then we are creating a barrier for the people that need us the most.
Okay, I appreciate that. I don't disagree. I can see where you're going. In those cases, people, were the books ever returned? Are the books returned, or is it just that the fines are lost?
Well, that's interesting. So what the research shows is that the books are returned. This is not a case of lost books, and we're not suggesting, you can see that on the issue paper, we're still going to charge for replacement fees. So the items are returned. This is simply a fine for being tardy or late on the return of the items. This is not lost items. Very different.
Councillor Grisoli, you're going to have to queue back in, okay? Next is Mayor Verbenovich.
Thank you, Chair Davey. And really, this is more a comment from Ms. Chevreau than a question. But number one, to thank you and the team, because this is the first chance we've had the opportunity to say so publicly, for the way you responded to the pandemic from the very beginning, whether it was lending 3D printers to what became the Canadian Shield, to making internet access available to students who didn't have internet in their homes, and working with the school boards on that early on, to bringing library service back as soon as it was safe to do so. You and the team have really demonstrated why the library service is one of the most valued services by the residents of our community.
Thank you.
And I really want to thank you for not waiting to bring forward the issue of fines. I think it really is an issue of equity. Let's be honest, none of us, or most of us, to the best of my knowledge, who are sitting around the council horseshoe or are in our leadership group, have never had to deal with some of the deep-rooted challenges of poverty that some of the residents and children that you're talking about and that you're trying to serve have to deal with. And there is no better time, in my view, to be dealing with this than now, for a service that is needed more than ever at this time. So I certainly am supportive of the direction you're going, and hope that that council will see fit to address it in the manner that you're suggesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I apologize on the order, but I'm going with Councillor Galloway-Seelock next.
Yeah, thank you, Mary, for being here. I wanted to ask you specifically why there was a surplus of $250,000 this year. What contributed to the surplus?
The surplus was due to us having to close. We were mandated to close in March. We were closed for 5 weeks. So that is where the surplus primarily came from, with staffing.
So if we were to hold your line on the budget this year, then potentially we would have to close for those 5 weeks again, or run a deficit?
Not if with fines or without fines, do you mean? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not talking about fines right now. I'm just talking like if we were to hold the line and not give you that 1% increase, and you expected to use that 250, we would, in order to balance the budget, would we not have to close for 5 weeks in order to balance the budget if we gave you the same grant as last year?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear. With regards to then the fines, you've already clarified the one question that it's not for replacement fees. But can you talk about the staffing that we had talked about with respect to last year? That there was 2 positions that we had approved last year, and now the library is only asking for one of those positions?
Right. So last year, council approved 2 additional positions. They were to help actually with equity within our community. They're equity-based positions. I think the amount was for 146,000. We received 48,000 in the 2020 budget. We were able to hire 1 person. We have not received in the 2021 the additional funding for that position, the second position. So at this point, we are not in a position to hire the second position.
Okay, and so if we do move forward with no late fees, there's no additional dollars that you're asking for this year, is that correct?
Correct.
So it would be a budget decision that we would end up making next year with regards to increasing the fines in 2022.
2022, correct.
Okay. So right now, the only thing you're asking for is the 1% increase. And to keep your surplus.
Yes, and to keep the surplus, correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Yep.
And sorry, just a clarifying thing before we go on. I want to be careful on that point because I thought I read in the issue paper that, not that we typically do this, but I thought you were asking that council commit to increasing the grant for 2022 and forward, in addition to the 1%. Is that not the case? Because I guess if you waive the fines now, and then we say no next year, then you're in a bind because you're expecting that $100,000.
All right, Councillor Davey, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes, you are correct that we are asking to have that $100,000 increase to cover the ongoing revenue shortfall.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to jump in. Next, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I actually think my questions have been answered, but I did want to thank you, Mary, for the amazing work that gets done at the library, and especially during this past year and the challenges that you were faced with. So kudos to you guys. I guess the only thing I noticed in the issue paper under budget impact, it says $100,000 annual increase in 2022 or a later year. So why the qualifier?
Well, I think, we're not sure that in 2021, depending on what happens in 2022, what that shortfall will look like. If we're allowed to maintain our surplus, we may be able to stretch that a little bit further. So I think that's why, and not to mention, we do have this strategy to increase our own revenue through sort of a special occasion rental program that clearly isn't possible now. It's going to limp along probably in 2021. So it could really be 2022 before we realize that benefit. So we're not exactly sure, just because of the unknowns that we're facing right now in terms of COVID and reopening fully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Mary, I recall in a previous budget that you referred to the library as the great equalizer. Could you kind of remind us again what that statement means?
Sure, I'm happy to. There really isn't anywhere else, certainly in this community, where anyone and everyone can walk through our doors, regardless of socioeconomic status, regardless of race, regardless of gender or anything. Everybody is literally equal. And the goal and the vision, of course, for all of us here at the library is that it is an equitable place. So equity is really core to our values. And we really feel strongly that if we are creating barriers ourselves in terms of that equity, it is really up to us to correct that. So that's what I mean by it being such a, an open, welcoming, stable place.
It just it saddens me to hear that these fines are an impediment to somebody being able to come to the library and use the library for whatever literacy that they're seeking. So I'm in full support of where you want to go with this. I want everyone to be able to enjoy and use our library system and enjoy that great equalization. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. My questions are also asked, but I do have a couple comments. Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much to Mary and all of the staff team. I know Ms. Riddell is here as well at this meeting, looking after the finances, and we are in great hands. I want to refer to an earlier comment made by one of my colleagues. We are not bending the rules. We are not, throwing out the rules. What we're doing is we are responding to the community and understanding that if we want to achieve our vision, which is to inspire and enrich for life, then we need to change some of our practices. And actually, I do have one question. Mary, can you recall a brief anecdote that you told the library board about a current CEO of another Canadian library that felt that shame and difficulty of owing the library when she couldn't afford it?
Oh, sure. That was a CEO of one of our largest Canadian libraries who grew up here in Kitchener, was had a difficult childhood, was as a 16-year-old, basically unhoused. And Kitchener Public Library was her refuge. That was where she went every day as a kid. Until she unfortunately accumulated so many fines that her access was cut off. And many years ago, or since I should say, I met her a few years ago, and she said, ever since that happened, I swore I would never step foot in Kitchener Public Library again. And if I ever had the ability to make changes as a CEO, she would do that. And she in fact did, and she never came back to Kitchener.
Well, I hope that if this gets approved, that we can then proudly invite her back and and hope that other people in her that are currently in her previous situation will not have a repeated similar experience. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with the comments made by my colleagues, but I think it's also important to note that, it's fair for us to ask questions and not necessarily it's a way of being critical, but ask questions to ensure that any change in policy will not have, unforeseen or negative impacts as well. Where I see the benefit of this, and again, and weigh heavily on that word of equalizer, my concern lies going forward on those that don't necessarily have the financial constraints, but use this policy unfairly, and that undermines that, inventory of books. Because I don't want in a couple of years from now, Mary, you come back and say, well, a lot of people continue keeping the books for much longer. We have a reducing inventory, and now we need to invest additional monies in ensuring that we just have more copies of the same books because people are not returning them on time because there's no mechanism of recourse for tardiness. Someone like myself should not benefit from this policy who can afford to pay a penalty fee. So I think I leave that to you, Mary, that, with the support, but the responsibility will be left on the board to ensure the policy is in such that it only helps and subsidizes those that need it, and only those. And my question, sorry, that was my comment, Mr. Chair. My apologies, I should have asked before time. My question, it's fairly basic. In the report, you outline various communities and over 250 libraries but it's important to focus on Ontario only because, again, every province or every territory or different parts of North America have different funding models towards their public libraries. So it's important to focus on Ontario. Of those listed out, how long have they made that change? Like how much data do we have to see what they've learned from this? So for example, of London, Vaughan, Richmond, Hills, Oakville, Barrie, Burlington as such.
Thanks, Councillor Singh. And can I just respond to your comment earlier, though? First of all, what they found for libraries who are ahead of us, that in fact the opposite is happening. That people, I think libraries take this opportunity of doing a really great marketing campaign as well, right? This is good for everyone. It's good for the community. And what other libraries have found is that people, in fact, are returning their items on time, even more than before. It's a psychological thing, and it seems to be working. So this whole idea or concept of fines being a deterrent has been proven over and over again to not be the case. That if somebody is going to be late on their materials, they're going to be late regardless. But what is happening is that with this new sort of opportunity to market, with the marketing campaign, people are in fact returning items on time. The other issue, of course, our point is that you saw, or I mentioned that e-content is going up. We're at 65% increased usage just since the pandemic in e-content. And there isn't such a thing as an overdue book on e-content. If you're not finished it, you just can't read it anymore. It goes away from you. So what we're seeing, I think we'll see over the next, say, 5 years, is quite a reduction in or an increase in e-content usage, less in print. And so the idea, this concept of fines is so antiquated for what we're really doing now in terms of libraries and usage, that we will not see that kind of behavior. That's my at least belief. I completely get your point about the Ontario libraries. Ajax was the latest. It was last week. London was 3 weeks ago. The first to really get this ball rolling, one of the earliest ones was at Brampton, that actually isn't even on the list. Vaughan, Oakville was an early adopter.
Mary, when you say early, can you mention if it was
everything? This is all within since COVID. COVID has been the catalyst for this, because it's just showing these inequities so clearly to us.
Okay, all right. Again, as I said, I do have some concerns, although I do want to support. And the concern is that the data is not as prevalent out there as we are in the new frontier with this policy. And I think the responsibility will fall on you and the board to get that policy right. And I see, again, those that know me best know that I'm very forgetful, and this type of policy change should not help or benefit someone like myself. Don't make it easy for me not to return my books on time. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
You have my word. Thank you.
So before going back to Councillor Gazzola, like everyone else, I'm going to mix my comments and questions. And I just wanted to start by saying I intend on supporting the 1% increase, no problem. And for your surplus as well, I've always held the belief that if you cut someone's budget because they had a surplus, you're only encouraging mismanagement. So I want the library board to keep the surplus and allocate it how they see fit. On the issue of the overdue, I'm struggling with it. I completely understand that, to the affluent, $20 means literally nothing to them, and to those that are not, it is a barrier that stops them from coming to the library forever. And I wonder if there's a middle ground in there that maybe the board can look at. And I don't know what that looks like exactly, but like if there was a day of amnesty, for example, or I do believe in repercussions for not following the rules. So if it means that you can't use the library for 2 weeks if you're late, or you can buy your way out of it, something along those lines, because it is a privilege. And while I want to make sure we remove that equity barrier, I also think that because to Councillor Singh's comments, because it is so new and every other library has done it in the last year, I'm worried what the long-term ramifications of this be. Do we end up in a situation where books just start disappearing much more frequently? And I understand that would be repaid. So I want to be clear that I'm not prepared to support that now. I'm going to hopefully engage with you, Mary, and read up on it between now and final budget day on the 18th. But I'm just thinking that there might be alternative options that meet all of the equity targets without destroying that line of revenue for the library, which I would frankly like to see keep coming in from the affluent people and reinvest that in more books and materials. That's my comment. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, actually, I did want to, a couple of councillors have brought up the point I was sort of driving at. I wanted to ask you, and you don't have to go into it at this point, but I wanted to ask you what, how you were going to operate. Do you then make it clear that people have books and they can return them whenever they want, or how do you manage this sort of thing? But I'll leave that to you. I imagine you're coming back to us. The other question I wanted to follow up on, I know last year there was considerable talk about the additional employees. Can you refresh in my memory as to why you needed them and why you don't need them now, or where that stands?
Sure. So both positions were were equity positions, working with our community, particularly our most vulnerable groups, because we saw certainly here at Central that there was an increase in that need, and the talent that we have in the library needs to shift a little bit so that we hire people who have that experience, that kind of background. We were able to hire, so in the previous budget, council approved for $146,000 for 2 positions. In the 2020 budget, we received $48,000, so half of the 1 position in our budget. With that, we were able to hire a diversity and inclusion person. We've been able to sort of make up that other half of the position going for this year, and we think we can, through attrition, make it up for next year as well. What we found is that this year being such a different year, I think 2021 is going to be also a very different year, and therefore our needs, frankly, have changed at this point, and we are willing to forego the second position. We believe that this inequity with fines is more important and more relevant to our community as a whole today.
Okay, thank you. I wonder if I can ask you if it's possible when we deal with this on final budget data to have a revised budget for your area to show what you would really like to see, where instead of under that line for fines, you show what it'll actually be, just and to see what that does, what needs to be done. Okay.
Sure, happy to do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, Mary, you're probably fully aware of this, but what they did at the university was they just extended the due dates on all our books. So whereas it may have been for 4 months, it's been extended for 8 months or a year, for a full year in some cases, depending on whether you're faculty or students. I don't know if that's something you've considered rather than transforming the whole, not that I agree with fines, but until we get a better sense of what 2021 is going to look like, is that something that you've considered or would think of or consider?
Mm-hmm. In fact, we did consider that, just like the universities and most libraries extended the due dates during these very difficult and unprecedented times, particularly when we weren't open. We weren't even accepting materials back. So we definitely did that. And we found that people were very good about that. And when we finally were able to receive materials, we were inundated. But I think, Councillor Chapman, the issue is it's not going to help those who, the 8,000 individuals who haven't used our library in 2 years. This is only going to increase as we find individuals, and it's really hurting those who could use this the most, in particular the children.
Yeah, no, I get it. I don't see it as solving that problem, but it's just something that might stop further fines moving over the course of the next year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like that concludes all the questions. Thank you, Ms. Chevreau and Ms. Rell for being here today and presenting this.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Take care. Next up is the Center in the Square board, and from the Center in the Square we have Rob Sonoda, Deb Dobb, and the board chair Paul Salvini.
Thanks, Scott. Are you able to see me and hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, fabulous. And do we have Rob here as well from Center in the Square?
I am looking.
And I think Deb as well.
Hi, for you, the chair. We have Paul and Elizabeth. And Deb on the.
Perfect.
Rob's in with me.
Excellent.
Okay. Very good. Did you have any comments, Mr. Salvini, or did you want just to go right into questions of committee? What's your preference?
I'm happy to go through with some comments, if you will. If you wanted to bring up I think the most important one is the overall budget slide.
Very good. One more? Very good.
That's correct. And I just wanted as a comment to say that when we prepared this budget, there were certain assumptions that were built into that. It was a more optimistic time in some ways with respect to being able to program shows at Center in the Square in terms of how COVID would impact us. And this budget request, which showed a $600,000 deficit, was one that was built when we thought we would be putting on shows throughout 2021, but with a limited capacity in terms of seating. And since then, of course, it is quite clear that we will not be putting on shows in the early part of 2021. We don't have unfortunately much visibility in terms of whether we'll be able to put on shows by the fall of 2021. We've prepared a number of scenarios internally to try to at least understand the range of what happens. But at the very least, I will say that the $600,000 deficit is no longer an option, so it won't be that. The actual numbers that we will likely see will yield somewhere between -300 and +300. But of course, without any visibility on how the year will actually unfold, it's very hard to give council much more of a precise number. The pessimistic view, so sort of the worst case scenario, is where we're preparing to put shows on, booking shows, advertising shows, collecting 4 shows that will begin in 2022. So that means incurring staff cost in 2021, but not actually recognizing any revenue from those shows and from those efforts in 2021. Better scenarios obviously are where we are able to put on shows beginning in September of 2021. And of course, if capacity needs to be limited, that will impact the result in terms of revenue from those shows. But so many unknowns, it's very difficult, and I appreciate that that's not enormously useful, but very difficult to know what will actually happen for Center in the Square. So I think that was my the preamble, Scott, and I'm happy to take questions from that point on.
Very good, thank you. There's 2 people in the queue to begin. First, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, you sort of answered the question. I wondered how you would deal with the negative 608,000, but you're saying that's a gone figure. And what if the figure is negative 300? How could you deal with that?
Yeah, so the negative 300 figure, would be one where we are, as I say, not putting on shows in 2021. but in fact, we're incurring the cost of putting on shows in 2022. We will try, sort of philosophically, we'll try to put on shows as soon as obviously we can, so that we meet our social mandate. We're also have been working, just so that everybody knows, been working with the KW Symphony to allow them to be able to put on shows that are being live streamed from Center in the Square. And so since September, we've been putting on shows that are being streamed from Center in the Square. And, that has at least allowed the facility to be used to the extent that we're able to at this time. In terms of if it's a negative, a deficit, typically what happens is we would share that deficit with the city, John. And if there is a surplus, we would try to execute on some of the capital projects that are needed for Center in the Square.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just finally say, I think there's enough uncertainty that the negative case is probably equally likely to the positive case. So while I'd love to be able to say we're targeting break even, it's more likely to say we're targeting break even, but with equal likelihood that there'll be upside versus downside on that.
Thank you. I think you're being very realistic. I appreciate that. I add up your figures as support from the city, and even with what you're asking this year, it's still $2 million. We're giving everybody else 1% more. Should you not be asking for 1% more increase? I notice city departments, their costs are going up by 3%. So I'm just curious. I guess that's. I know you don't want to ask for it. It's something that we should perhaps be suggesting that you deserve. So that's just a comment. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I just want to understand a little better. While the pandemic prevented Center in the Square from operating normally, were some personnel on leave? Can you tell us a bit more? And I was a little surprised that you weren't able to save more on the personnel costs.
Correct. So again, well, a couple of things. Thank you. It's a great question. Obviously, until we were shutting down, things were proceeding as normal. We're actually having a fantastic year, which is great. And that sort of reflects a trend of a number of great years with growing success at Center in the Square. So we were really tracking our best year ever, which is excellent. Of course, once the pandemic occurred, we went through a period where there was great uncertainty around whether shows would still be able to happen this year or not. And so a number of staff had to be kept around in terms of rebooking shows with the hope that there was a time when we thought June and July could be salvaged. And then, of course, the fall could be salvaged, which is probably our most important season in terms of the shows we put on and the financial success of those shows. And so there was a lot of work in terms of box office and refunds and rescheduling, and working with acts to see if we couldn't reschedule and move things around. We did have a number of layoffs that occurred in staff that are related to actually putting on performances and shows. But the reason that the numbers you're looking at that don't show a reduction in personnel costs, in fact, they show a modest increase in personnel costs, was that this budget was prepared thinking that in 2021, we would be fully putting on shows, except that we would be doing it at a reduced house rate in terms of the capacity would be limited to 40% of our seats, was the sort of assumption that baked into that. So in fact, you're quite right. In the scenarios that we're talking about, that line of personnel costs would move from 2.3 million down to about $1.5 million or $1.9 million, again, depending on whether we're putting on shows in September or not. And so there is a significant reduction in personnel costs. We are currently working as of November with an effective staff number of 9.8, so full-time equivalents, which is close to what we will say the minimum amount is to keep the Center in the Square functioning the way we have without performances being happening.
Okay, all right. So the 2.37 is in personnel expenses is assuming that the vaccine will be widespread and we will get back to normal ASAP.
That assumption, which is, as I say, no longer, it's I hate to say it's almost laughable, because
Yeah.
back then we thought that was the likely scenario. But in
Okay.
fact, that assumption was not necessarily that there'd be a vaccine, but that we would be able to put on shows.
Okay, sorry to
distance-
interrupt.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt. So I was being glib. I realized that, of course, nobody believes that at this moment that the vaccine will be ready to rock and we can proceed very quickly. I just want to understand, though, now that the budget, now that we are here in November, is there value in revising this budget to reflect more accurately what we expect? And yeah, I'm just wondering, do you still need the 92,000?
So we certainly do need the 92,000. The question is whether we, whether we can eliminate, if you will, this deficit. And I would say that while we'd be happy to provide updated budgets, there's so much uncertainty with what is actually going to happen and when we'll be able to start booking things, that I'm not sure it would provide any greater insight into what's likely to happen, other than to say, I don't think the city is at risk for a deficit of this size. So I would, the prudence would tell me if there was an updated budget, it would probably be one that showed some of the cost savings, assuming that we would have to incur the costs of putting on shows in 2021 without receiving any revenue. We'll receive cash, but not being able to recognize that as revenue in 2021. So certainly we're open to providing an updated budget if that's important to council. We definitely are still using that fee because we do not have the revenue this year from those premium dates that were basically given up in order to serve the community mandate that was provided by council. This year, we're not able to do it because of COVID, as opposed to other dates where those dates were given to local organizations. But again, I think there's so much uncertainty in this particular budget that you'd be looking at 3 or 4 very different scenarios without much certainty as to which one happened. But the number you're looking at, again, was based on the assumption back in August when this was generated, that we would be able to put on shows starting in January, but limiting the capacity of the theater. So a lot like what the movie theaters did with every other row and seats blocked off so that people were socially distanced within the hall. But our current reality is it's unlikely for that to happen until we get significant distribution of vaccine and that would be allowed. And so the current assumption would be probably we'd be hopeful to be able to put on shows in September. More likely we would be, if I were to say, when would I say I'm confident that all things going well, we will see shows again? Probably in January, probably not in, I don't have great confidence that September can even happen. Because remember, for September to happen, we need to be booking shows, putting them on sale and advertising them 3 or 4 or 5 months before those shows happen. And I just don't know that the confidence is there in potential audiences for that kind of live entertainment.
Okay, thank you for that fulsome answer.
Sorry.
I do want to just make a quick comment that I am in support of Center in the Square, and if the amount is needed, I'm in support of it. But I also would just, on behalf of the taxpayers, I would ask that the board and all staff really be as frugal as possible, as I think you normally are, so that we can pare down that deficit and get rid of it as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallery-Seelock.
Yeah, I just, I had similar questions with respect to the personnel costs, so I'm happy that that's been clarified. I do think it might be good to have a restated budget for final budget day, just so that we can see a more realistic view of what that budget looks like. But I did want to just clarify, because I think it was, unless I misunderstood, you are getting a 1% increase from the city on your base budget. Is that correct?
Yeah, typically what we've done is tried to cap the total amount that we're asking the city for. And we're doing that by adjusting the amount that was initially provided as what we call the transition payment, which was the additional amount given to serve our community mandate. There was a time when that was first put into place that the Center and the Square said, in order for us to live within the 1.75 million that was provided, we needed access to some additional dates in the calendar that were currently used by local arts organizations. And in order to deliver on the mandate, which gave initial priority or first priority to local groups such as their symphony, and in order to not get those dates back, that there was a transition amount. And what we've been doing is been increasing the base amount of the subsidy from the city, but we've been capping the total amount to 2 million. That includes the base amount plus the subsidy, and the subsidy, plus the transition amount. And that transition amount has been reducing as a result from 250,000 down to the 92,000 or whatever it is precisely that it is today.
So to be clear, you are getting a 1% base budget increase.
That's right.
And then the
we're trying
transition cost is over and above that.
That's correct. And
Yeah.
what we're doing is trying to keep the net effect to $2 million
Yeah.
In terms of impact on the city.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue. Paul, if I could, I agree that it would be prudent to bring back a revised budget for January 18th. The only thing I would ask, and I guess I can leave it to you, don't have to answer now, but whether it would also be prudent to bring back a budget based on reopening in September and another one reopening, like expected impacts reopening January 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sense is probably the more conservative of the two, because that shows sort of the worst case scenario to council. And obviously we're working hard to try to, on the items that we can deliver better results than that. But that's probably the conservative amount that I would suggest we bring forward.
I appreciate that. Actually, I see Councillor Gazzola in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
No, I just want to clarify, in fairness to the Center and the Square, they are receiving $2 million per year, as they have for many, many years. Okay, you have to look at lines 3 and 4 on the schedule there. Okay, at one time, the 1,000,008 was 1,750,000, and the transition cost was 250,000, making the 2 million. Okay, which is, and so this year, you add those two figures up and there's still $2 million, the same as it was about 6 years ago. So there's been no increase over that entire period. Have to be fair.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you're absolutely right. It's been $2 million since 2015, I think, something like that. I think Councillor Gallery-Seelock's point was just that now the base amount is guaranteed because it is council's discretion at any time to remove the transitional funding. I think that's all she's getting at that point. Anyway, that concludes the questions on this item, and thank you, Paul and the group there from Center and the Square. Thank you for coming, and we'll continue with the rest of our budget. I think we're going to Mr. Haggie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be presenting the balance of the slide deck. There will be other people that are available to answer questions, but I'll be introducing each of the slides and the content there. Next section we're going to deal with is the tax supported budget. And as always, as we're preparing the budget, we consider comparison with other municipalities, what inflation is. There's already been some discussion about that. And as well, we've already had a bit of discussion about what taxpayers want versus overall tax rate increases and service levels. Next slide, please. So begin by comparing ourselves with other municipalities. This is a graph council's familiar with seeing, and it takes the same bungalow house and places it in different municipalities, large municipalities in Ontario, and then says what's the resulting taxes you would have to pay for that. You can see Kitchener is far off to the left. We held a low state for a number of years, kind of in that 5th to 7th lowest is kind of where we typically are. And here we're coming in 5th lowest. based on the tax rates in 2020, I believe it is. The average you see is right around $4,000. And so this says that Kitchener itself is, compared to other large municipalities in Ontario, is an affordable place to live. Next slide, please. Looking closer just within the region and comparing ourselves with the other cities in the region, again, you can see Kitchener has the lowest household impact on its residents. Kitchener comes in around $5,500. Waterloo is just a bit north of $6,000, and Cambridge is about $5,600. And that includes property taxes, water, stormwater, and natural gas. So within the region and within the province, overall, city's an affordable place to live. As I mentioned, we've already had some discussion on inflation, and during the long-term financial plan, Council did decide to have a budget target for inflation that it took into effect 2 years. So 1.9% was the actual for 2019 as far as CPI inflation in Ontario. And then for 2020, the year-to-date, and well, including a forecast from the provincial government, is 0.5. That comes out at 1.2%. Mr. Lautenbach in his comments mentioned that the impact of inflation on municipalities, or on our municipality, is actually higher than that. And that's the municipal price index. So we look at the things we buy as opposed to the things that a normal consumer buys, and look at the inflation effects on that. And so for us as a municipality, the MPI for this year is 1.9%. So again, that means that inflation is a bit higher for us as a municipality versus the average homeowner. Next slide, please. The third thing we look at is what people want. And we've done a number of representative surveys and asked people a question about what do they want for service level increases versus tax rates, because those things will be at tension. The more services you add, the higher the taxes typically would have to be. And so time and time again, the response we get from our constituents is that they prefer tax rate increases around the rate of inflation, and that the city maintains services. You can see that in the top bars of this graph. There's some support for increasing taxes to expand services, as well as some support to hold taxes at 0%, even if that requires a reduction in services. So consistently, we've seen the majority of our constituents prefer tax rate increases around the rate of inflation that maintain services. Next slide, please. Mr. Lautenbach included this information in one of his previous graphs that showed what's happened in tax, parking, and golf in 2020, and kind of the impact that COVID's had. This one just pulls out tax on its own, so we can see the drastic impact COVID's had. And looking back on the history from 2015 to 2019, you can see that the city ended the year with small surpluses based on the size of the budget. And each of those surpluses was within 1% of the overall expenses within the tax-supported services. The magnitude of the 2020 deficit is bigger than all of the 5-year previous surpluses. Those surpluses add to $5.8 million. The expected surplus or expected deficit in 2020 is $7.1 million. And so all the funds that we've saved up over the last 5 years will be required to pay off the deficit expected in 2020. This just underscores the need to have reserves and to have that forward-thinking mentality and saving up for the rainy day, and the rainy day is here. Next slide, please. This slide takes the tax-supported operating budget and moves it into its component parts. You'll see this graph here for tax-supported services as well for each of the enterprises. You can see expenses will always be on the left and revenues will always be on the right. And you can see that salaries and wages are by far the largest expense in the tax-supported operating budget. Other things include materials, transfers to others, so that's the boards and grants, about 8%, capital transfers to capital and reserves, all these things that are expenses to the tax-supported operating budget. On the right-hand side, you can see that primarily our funding comes from property taxes. We also get funding from user fees, which have been held flat this year, recoveries from other divisions, including enterprises, and other income, so things like investment income. Next slide, please. Each year we talk about what 1% on means, not only to us as a city, but to the average homeowner. And this graph or this slide just shows that based on the average assessed value of $326,000, the impact of that home is $11 for a 1% tax rate increase. For the city, if we change the tax rate by $1.3 million, or by 1%, we're looking at $1.3 million. So earlier there was some discussion about reducing down to zero. We'd be looking at changes north of $1.3 million in order to come up with a 0% tax rate increase in 2021. Next slide, please. We've had a bit of discussion about assessment growth. This just defines what that is, but essentially as the city grows, we get new houses coming online that haven't paid property taxes in the past. They get added, and so that's new revenue. There's redevelopment of existing properties with something new, and so we pick up the net difference between what was there before and what's added in now. Or if somebody keeps their existing property and adds to it, all of that creates new tax revenue to the city, which can be used to offset the cost of delivering service. Next slide, please. This graph shows the long-term trend of assessment growth over the last decade. You can see that there's some fluctuation, but it kind of hovers around that 1.5% mark. And so, as has been mentioned, we use 1.25% as kind of our normal forecast going forward, so that we have never been below that in the last decade. We've been close, but never below. And you see in 2019, we actually had a pretty significant spike that it was 2.5%, but we're generally hovering around that 1.5%. And we have actually hit that. So the 1.52% that we're reflecting in this year's budget is a final number. It's firm, not changing. We have that information from MPAC. Next slide, please. Just the final few slides here in the tax supported section. First, just introducing the budget components that were used for the long-term financial plan modeling. We've got base budgets, corporate allocations, and impacts due to growth. Those will be shown on the next slide, where we break out the budget into those different component parts, and they're defined here as to what they are. Next slide, please. So base budget adjustments are the top of this slide, and you can see by far salary and wages are the biggest impact on the city. If you recall back to the stacked bar graph, those are also the largest cost component for the city. So any change in staffing costs will have a more significant impact on the tax rate than any other component. Moving down to the corporate allocation piece, you can see that we're putting money to the capital program and to debt charges for the capital pool. Mr. Lautenbach alluded to the EDIF debt that has been issued previously and is maturing this year. That's coming off. And so that's being used to offset increases in other areas. There was some discussion as well earlier about growth and the nearly $2 million going to growth. You can see the different components that are made up here. And so those are facilities that have been built and now need to be operated, or they're services that council discussed, approved, and referred budget approval to the 2021 budget process. Finally, you see assessment growth at the bottom, and again, that reflects our final assessed value or assessment growth for the year. And the bottom line is we're looking for a 1.1% tax rate increase, and that equates to just over $1.4 million. Final slide, please.
No, actually, Mr. Haggie, hold on for just 1 second. You can go back.
Oh, sure.
So I have Councillor Gazzola in the queue, so we'll go to his question. We also have the issue paper on 06869. I was thinking we'd take any questions up until now, including that issue paper, and then maybe take a 5-minute break before enterprise budgets, if everyone's okay with that. Okay, seeing some nodding heads. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I want to go back to 060. Can you go back to 060 easily or not? If we get the what is it, the 5.9 phase 2 grant that you've applied for, will that reduce that big bloop under the blue bloop there for 2020?
It will, yes.
So that if that happens, that's gone and we're even.
right?
Yes, I believe this reflects the total deficit projected before applying Safe Restart Phase 1, which was around $4 million. And then if we were successful in Phase 2 funding, I believe the bar would completely be gone and we would have a relatively small surplus in 2020.
Oh, did you say this is before even phase one income?
I believe so, yes.
So right now it's not that bad.
Right, it's 7.1 is the actual deficit that we expect to have, and then we applied roughly $4 million of phase 1.
So does that reduce that to 3 million then?
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Okay. So that even as we speak, the blue streak doesn't go down as far. Okay. On page 061, I have trouble following. Can you go to 061 or?
Yeah, it's the next slide, clerks.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand what's happened. Our total budget is 154 million, and salaries make up 61% of that, which is about 94 million, right? And if we've reduced our work staff by 43%, does that mean we've saved $40 million in salaries?
No, through the chair, the number of staff, so the quantum of staff that was put on DEL was about 43%. That's the number of positions, not it doesn't equate directly to dollars, because some of those would be part-time positions and that sort of stuff.
Okay, that's what so it's a very, very nice figure, but it doesn't really relate to dollars. Right. Am I getting a nod there?
It does relate to some dollars. It doesn't, it's not a direct one-to-one. It wasn't, a part-time crossing guard does not make the same amount as the CAO.
Yeah, right now, no disagreement. I'd like to go to 066 though. That's really the budget here in a nutshell, right on one page.
Correct. That's
the whole story right there, right?
Yes, this is by object code or by cost type.
Yeah. Salaries and wages are going up by 1.64%. I'm amazed. I was hopeful because of where we're at. That should be a 0% change. But does that obviously gives everybody across the city an increase, including members of council, right?
Yes, I believe there's no union agreement in place for tax supported areas in 2021, but we have information from Human Resources about what we should be budgeting for a potential settlement with them. And yes, so that line would include cost of living increases. It would also include people going through the steps in the grid and any other changes that are happening with staffing costs in 2021.
Okay, in the next group where it says capital and reserve, that's what I would have one day called capital out of current, right?
Correct. Yes.
And that's being decreased. Is it?
No, it hasn't been decreased this year.
Okay, I thought there was some talk somewhere that we're moving stuff from capital or something that would help our operating budget. Can you explain that for me?
Yes. So in the capital package, when we get there, you will see that the amount of funding that is coming from the gas utility reserve and the hydro utility reserve that are one of the largest funding portions for the capital program, those numbers are down a whole lot. And we would be anticipating transferring money from those capital reserves over to the tax stabilization reserve.
Oh, so there, okay, that's how it's going. Okay. But that's going to reserves. It's not going to help us here at all. So you're cutting back capital by reducing what our profitable companies are making, and that money is being diverted into reserves. Am I following things properly?
I believe so. It's
Okay.
instead of funding being available to fund capital programs, it's available to backstop a deficit we anticipate having in 2021.
Okay. What does 1% represent? If we want to get to zero, what is one? What are we at? 1.1? What's 1%?
About $1.3 million. But to get to zero, it's the number on the bottom of this slide in the green line, 1439.
1439. Well, okay, would have to be deducted. Under those growth budget adjustments, is it possible to postpone any of those?
My understanding is no, that they are for facilities that have been built. And so they're going to be in operations this year. So for instance, Schlegel Park is the biggest one, the bottom line there, $563,000. That's for the maintenance and upkeep and utilities of that facility. And that's likewise with the other items on there. It's for projects that have been completed or programs that council has endorsed. For instance, the sidewalk snow clearing for $250,000, the equity, anti-racism, and indigenous initiatives for $354,000.
Have we ever not opened a facility when it was ready, just because of budget implications?
Not in my tenure. I don't know. I don't recall hearing about anything prior to that, but I've been here a decade and we have never done that.
Yeah, okay. And heaven forbid, and I don't want people jumping all over me, but I just want to ask the question, okay? What if we didn't clear snow from the bike lanes? Would we save $130,000?
Based on this, I would say yes. I don't want to speak to what I believe there's provincial legislation requiring us to do something. So I would look to an expert in that area to talk about that. We may still incur a cost, even if we don't have a budget for it.
Mr. Lobley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Ryan is correct. There's a legislated responsibility to undertake this work. We're geared up and ready to do it. So the bike lane would be essentially cleared and not meeting legislated standards.
Thank you.
Okay, just one final question. Can you refresh my memory on what the 250 is for sidewalk snow clearing? What is that?
Through the chair, I wasn't at the meeting. My understanding is that was the discussion about should the city clear the sidewalks or just have proactive bylaw enforcement. I see Mr. Lobley's queued back in.
Mr. Lobley.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I believe the number is for the Assisted Services Programme, which Council endorsed a couple of months ago, and for the addition of the proactive bylaw officers for this winter.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
I had a comment to do with page 59, where it says taxes and service levels.
For sure.
You brought to our attention, well, certainly last year and possibly the year before. Can somebody pull that up?
Taxes and service levels, those are these surveys?
Yeah.
Yep. So to the clerk, you'd have to go back about, I don't know, 8 pages or so. Keep going. Keep going.
Right there.
Right there. Yep. Oh, forward one. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. So my question is, this is pretty old data. And since this data was collected, we've had, a pretty critical year, and we have a year coming before us. And I guess my question to staff would be, I presume there's no time to run such a survey now, but do you think if we were to ask these questions again today, we'd get the same responses?
That's pretty speculative. I'm not sure which member of staff would want to answer that question, but if anyone wants to.
I ask it because it's very important, right? Because we're working on the assumption that this is what people want. And it sort of ignores what we've just been through and what lies ahead. So
yeah, and I'd offer it's a fair point, but I mean that's our role to interpret that this is old data, and obviously COVID has changed things and make that decision. I see Mr. Chapman's queued in. Want to go ahead?
Through Mr. Chair, I can't speculate as to what the data would show. What I can say with certainty is that these numbers have been incredibly sticky over time. We've shown the past 2 community-wide surveys, but the survey has been done for many cycles now, including back into the previous economic downturn. And what we've seen is that this relationship has held true throughout all of those circumstances. And so is it reasonable to expect that COVID may have had an impact? Perhaps, but we're amazed at how consistent these results are going well over a decade. And it is the one survey that we do that is representative statistically of the community at large. The one thing we did see this time, which was interesting, is the number of citizens or the proportion that actually would support taxes higher than the rate of inflation to enhance service levels went up. And so it's conceivable that that number might trend down again. But the fact that roughly 2/3 have supported maintaining services at the rate of inflation has been an incredibly stable number across surveys going back many, many cycles now.
But couldn't it be argued that we are not maintaining services because of COVID? Like we think of community centers and we think of other things that have been shut down. So what do we mean by when we say maintaining services?
So I think there is a public appreciation for the fact that there are some necessary measures to fight the effects of the pandemic, and facility closures, to your point, are a good example of that. But Council, you saw it in the first wave of the pandemic. I know that you received calls about turf maintenance when service standards around turf were reduced to send staff home. We saw it around horticulture and beautification, that when we adjusted these service levels to try and save costs, the public responded. And so again, that was then, this is now, but all I would suggest is that it's been amazing to me how stable these numbers have been over time. And those have been in very different budget years, obviously nothing like we've experienced with COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I have a question for, it's about sidewalk, the sidewalk snow clearing assistance program. I don't know if you want to wait for the issue paper or it's not about that, but it's anyway, it was mentioned a couple times and I just want to ask about that. When should I do that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so question for Mr. Lobley. Was it the case that the working center who oversees the
Councillor Marsh, you've frozen for me. We'll just wait for a second for you to come back in. Might want to try turning your video off. Assuming you can hear me. Okay, what I'll do, Councillor Marsh, if you can't hear me, I'm going to go to Mayor Verbanovic, who's right after you, and I'll come back to you afterwards. Okay, Mayor Verbanovic.
Thanks, thanks, Chair Davey. And just on this, in terms of the the survey, and it's correct that we haven't been able to do one more recently. But certainly, what we are seeing from other surveys that are being done at a national level is that at least the ones that I've seen, there's really 2 things that residents or Canadians are focused on. One is COVID and its immediate impact, and the second one is the economy and how we're going to come out of COVID on the other end. And I think many of the things that we're seeing in this budget certainly address both of those areas. would be consistent with that. So I was just going to point that out and go from there. And I believe that Mr. Bunn, our deputy CAO, is trying to become a panelist. If you can move him into that mode.
I will try and figure out how to do that.
We've moved Michael May over.
Okay, very good. Still waiting on Councillor Marsh. Just to fill the time for a second, I'll comment on this as well. I completely respect that. This is statistically significant data, which is why it has the utmost respect from me anyway in terms of direction. It is a little bit old. The last data was from a couple years back. But I would also point out that even though the overwhelming majority, or sorry, I shouldn't say that, that 2/3 practically prefers a maintenance of services at the rate of inflation, we over the last 10 years have hit that inflation target just about every single year. And we have done a hell of a lot more than just maintain services. We have implemented all kinds of strategic directions that I'm really proud of. This year obviously is very different because of COVID, but even then, most of the things that we have shut down, the services that we've shut down, are because we are mandated, required to do so. So certainly it's a blip year in that respect, but I just thought it should be mentioned that we've done a heck of a lot more than maintenance of services to hit that inflation target. Okay, Councillor, has anyone heard from Councillor Marsh? Check my phone here.
I see that Councillor Marsh has joined the meeting, and we're just moving her over as a panelist at the moment.
Okay, very good.
Chair Davey, I don't see if Councillor Marsh is on the call anymore. We moved her over, and I'm not sure if there was a connection error.
Councillor Davey, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just indicating Councillor Marsh, her internet did crash, so she's trying to get back in, but we have 2 more people in the queue, so we will go to those now. Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just had a question with regards to salaries and wages. I know a question's already been asked, but I didn't get an understanding. How much of that is at the discretion of council, and how much of that is already in collective agreements?
Through the chair, I don't have an exact dollar amount. Like I said, I believe there are no collective agreements that have settled for 2021. So there, I would say at least more than half of it would be based on what we would make for assumptions for cost of living increases.
And I think I want to ask, I know it's not going to be a huge dollar amount, and it's probably not going to save much more than 1.001%. But I'd like to ask that an issue paper be brought forward to freeze council wages for this this year.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Councillor Galway-Seelock, they beat me to that punch. And I think although that the impact will be small, I support her on her issue paper. I think it's important for us to show frugality on ourselves, as well as we try to emphasize the same need for the overall corporation. So I'm glad that she's brought that forward. If I just may quickly, Mr. Chair, I want to recognize what you just said, that over the last 10 years that this council has, worked hard to support budgets, below the rate of inflation or at the rate of inflation, and in most cases below. I think it may be important, not necessarily as part of this budget, but in the coming year, it may be important to have staff report back to council identifying all the major strategic priorities that we were able to proceed forward with while still being very responsible with the rate increases, as you said. So that's something perhaps we should encourage staff to bring that type of reflection back, and it's important to highlight that for our citizens as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And there's no one else in the queue then. So Councillor Chapman.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't know how to introduce issue papers, but I agree with Councillor Galloway-Seelock and also Councillor Singh about freezing councillors' wages. Could we get an issue paper on freezing wage increases on all non-union full-time employees as well? Because I know unions go through a whole process, but I guess I want to extend the parameters of the issue paper that's being proposed, or maybe it can be a separate issue paper.
Yeah, as for past practice, and issue papers that don't require an onerous amount of work are de facto approved. I just have to check with staff that I know that council's a simple one. Is it as simple to pull together the one for non-unionized staff?
Through the chair, it's a little more difficult, but it's not onerous.
Very good, thank you.
The other thing I was wondering if we could have an issue paper on if we were to introduce a hiring freeze over the next budget year. I know in some of these issue papers we have some proposals to hire new staff, but I'm wondering what it would look like if we put on a hiring freeze altogether.
Yeah, I would look to staff again. I think the primary hires for the next year, if I recall correctly, are equity, diversity, and inclusion staff. So that would be hit the hardest if we went down that road. But I would look to staff to comment whether that's achievable as well.
But that was already approved, right? I'm not talking about things that have already been approved. I'm talking about moving forward, anything that's coming to us as a new addition in the hiring process.
Okay, Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I was just going to ask if Councillor Chapman can clarify the request. So I think I'm understanding better, but can you try one more time just to make clear what you're asking for?
Yeah, I mean, I know with the equity and diversity and inclusion group, that's already been approved. I'm talking about things that are coming forward in the issue papers and then possibly moving forward that haven't been clarified yet, that we have a hiring freeze, that we do not hire new people and we work within our means over the next, I'm not saying this is what we do. I'd like an issue paper telling us what that would look like. So anything that's been approved would have to stand, right? And
right.
It's any new proposed hires.
And so just to clarify, staff has no authority to add additional headcount to the core complement. Typically, it is the budget process by which those come forward. And this year, there's a very small number of requests in front of council. And so I guess I'm not clear on, council would always have the opportunity to consider and approve or reject them. So I'm not sure why council would want to fetter its own jurisdiction on this to be able to consider a request if it were to come forward.
Right. Okay. I understand what you're saying. I guess I just thought that if we could see in numbers what it would mean to not approve these, like all told, what it would look like to not approve the proposed new hirings, so that we could factor that into our final decision with the budget.
Well, okay, that's helpful. And I'd look for Mr. Haggy to nod his head if I'm correct. But my understanding is that there are no new tax supported FTE additions proposed in the budget.
No, sorry, that's not correct. There are, the next issue paper deals with some new FTEs for, it's related to Schlegel Park.
In terms of the growth items, but in terms of anything that we've not talked about yet, building, I believe, is the enterprise area where they're proposed. And so I think it may be helpful, Councillor Chapman, to work through, at least for the balance of this meeting, all the requests, see what's there, hear the deliberations, and then council could give direction to report back if there's more information that you require at that point in time.
Okay, and I'll say, I have a few other suggestions, but I see Councillor Marsh is back, so I'll stop there.
Very good. Councillor Marsh, are you in the panelist? Can you hear me? Oh, there you go.
Can you hear
Yep,
me?
I can. Go ahead.
Hi. All right. My internet crashed at the exact wrong moment, but I'm getting it back, it looks like. So I wanted to ask if the working center has capacity for being able to clear up to 200 addresses instead of the 175 that we approved previously.
Sorry, Councillor Marsh, I think you cut out. We heard if they have the capacity, and I think you're probably going to ask for an issue paper what that would mean in terms of cost.
Yeah, I'm looking for to increase again the capacity because I'm already receiving requests after one snowfall, and we are at capacity now. And I'd like us to increase the capacity this year if we can.
Okay, Mr. Lobley.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that shouldn't be too much work to bring forward. I can see what that would be. Just for all members of council's awareness, at this point in time, we have actually only had three. At this point, there's only been 3 applications made, which are in excess of the spaces we have available, and we do still have the spare spaces for anyone caught short by the bylaw. But I can certainly bring that issue paper forward.
Okay, thank you. Good, Councillor Marsh? Okay, not hearing anything back. I have Councillor, sorry, Mr. Chapman, your hand's up. Did you still want to speak? No, okay. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the question that Councillor Chapman had raised and make sure that I'm understanding this correctly as well. So when we have pieces in our budget where we're asking for another full-time person, we're going to discuss each one of those separately and be able to make a decision on those, and we'll learn about repercussions of the hire or not hiring at that time, correct?
I looked at staff, but I believe that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, and I think that piece is really important that we decide. I would personally hate for to make a decision kind of across the board without hearing about each one of those roles and being able to make that decision. So so that's good. And then on the question actually that Councillor Marsh just asked with regards to extra spaces for the Working Center Community Assisted Snow Clearing Program, I totally agree. We've only had one big snowfall, and with that being filled up already and a few people on the waiting list, that is my concern as well, that people wouldn't have, you don't remember to think about snow clearing necessarily in October and the weather is nice and you know, you don't have snow on the ground. It's whenever the snow first hits. So I have a concern about that. I had also asked at that time that we make sure that we're keeping a tally. And I think the capping at 200 might be something that we want to revisit as well. But perhaps Mr. Lobley can talk as well about the stats that you're going to keep this year.
Lobley.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I've just got the updated figures. We have 6 people on the waiting list before the bylaw spots are taken. I can work with the working centre to see what their capacity would be and what the increase in numbers would be for this year. But to go beyond the capacity of the working centre may be beyond my ability to bring back an issue paper in time. That would be more complicated because because that would rely on us looking at the private sector to provide support, and that becomes much more complex.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Verbenovich.
Thanks, Chair Davey, and I just wanted to touch base on the issue of a staffing freeze, because I think that's something that council needs to think long and hard about, because we are there's a number of things that are already in place. So my first question for staff is, we do a whole lot of gapping, which means when an employee leaves, we wait a certain number of weeks. I believe it's around 6 or 8 before we even replace the position. And then there's also a process in place where those positions actually get reviewed by CLT before they get re-advertised at that point in time. So I'm wondering if staff, and I'm not sure who would best answer that, Mr. Chapman or someone else, can comment on that.
Okay. Ms. Robb, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Chair Davey, to the Mayor. We do have a gapping process in place. Typically it is 8 weeks for permanent full-time staff to be gapped before the position is filled. Those positions are reviewed every time they come up to CLT as a request to hire. So when somebody leaves of their own accord, they resign, they retire, they've moved to a different position, every single one of those is reviewed thoroughly at CLT. And I would say that with council's request that we increase the gapping, we have tried very hard as a corporate leadership team to hold the line on those, unless there's extenuating circumstance where the gapping would, we would incur an additional cost or more cost as a result of not gapping. So by paying overtime hours to staff to fill the gap while we're attempting to gap, for instance.
Okay,
and Mr. Chapman?
Yeah, so.
No, sorry.
No.
Sorry, Councillor Chapman. Mr. Chapman was in the queue.
I think Victoria covered it well. I would just add 2 things. One is we've been able to actually decrease our headcount per population consistently over the past decade because we've been adding staff at a rate lower than population growth because of those controls. And the other thing I understood Councillor Chapman to be recommending was not a hiring freeze for existing complement, but a freeze on new additions to the staffing complement. I would certainly have very different advice to offer council if she was suggesting that within the current approved complement, we began to freeze the replacement of existing staff once they vacate their roles.
Well, and thank you. And the second question I have is, we've obviously done a whole lot of work during COVID in terms of folks who have been on COVID designated leave. And my understanding is there are still a fairly significant number who are still on that leave. And that's because of the responsible management by our corporate leadership team in terms of managing it and balancing the requirements of the organization. I'm wondering if Ms. Robb, I see you've turned yourself on, if you can comment on that.
Yes, again, through you, Mayor Verbanovic, we currently do have almost 250 staff still on declared emergency leave, an additional 12 on infectious disease emergency leave, which is a self-declared emergency leave. And we have 22 staff further redeployed into other positions in the organization that would not be their home position, where there's a lack of essential or meaningful work for them to do in their home position.
Okay, so the reason I point these out for all of council to be aware, including Councillor Chapman, is there's a whole lot of work that goes on in terms of managing these roles and positions from a budget perspective, and we're in the position we are today because they have been well managed, and I think we need to keep in mind that really the main things that are before us today are really as a result of things such as new parks openings, such as Schlegel Park in the southwest, as a result of council priorities, such as the EDI. And I certainly can't imagine that anybody would suggest that we should be cutting those roles. Thirdly, in areas where it is not, where taxes aren't impacted, such as building services, where as a result of the level of activity by residents during COVID and so on, the demands in that area have continued to be high. And so we're looking at increasing staff while we're actually decreasing building permit fees. So I think we need to keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Chapman, back to you, and then we'll take our break after this.
Yeah, I just want to say I, not for a moment, would suggest that we do not call back the people that have been put on emergency leave. I mean, I fully would support the reinstatement of those positions, and the sooner the better in my mind. I have a question though. Are those the gapping positions that are being referred to here? Are they already in the 2021 budget?
Ms. Robb?
Yes, through you, Chair Davey, they would be in the 2021 budget. So they would be positions that have already been approved. They're part of our full-time complement. We would attempt to maintain the gapping of 8 weeks for the full-time permanent positions, unless there would be a greater cost incurred to not gap them.
Right, and so those wouldn't be counted in anything that I'm suggesting. I guess what I'm suggesting is, you know, as we go into another year of a pandemic, that we be cognizant of the impact that, you know, I would say we hire quite a few people throughout the year that don't just appear at budget time, but that will appear later, and try to think about ways that we can continue to do the sorts of things that we've done in 2020 to not create a greater burden on the budget. And staff has done a great job with that in 2020. And I'm just suggesting that in 2021, we continue to approach the budget in a similar way. And you could say that in many ways in 2020, we had a hiring freeze. In fact, we were laying people off or putting them in emergency, I forget the terminology, but it's a form of layoff, right? So I don't think what I'm suggesting is really unreasonable. I think it can be, maybe I'm not being clear enough in what I'm suggesting, but I think Mr. Chapman sort of encapsulated my ideas, and maybe it can be, I can talk it to him or with Ryan at a later date. But I'm definitely not trying to stir things up in a way that would make the city unable to function. So
okay, so Councillor Chapman, what I would suggest is maybe, because I'm frankly still a little bit unclear as well with the issue papers asking for. So what I would suggest is maybe talk to staff, and if you figure it out by the end of this meeting, make the request then, or you can always make the request at the capital budget meeting in a couple of weeks too.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We are a little bit behind, as not entirely unexpected, but meet everyone back here, please, at 3:45 sharp. Okay. Thank you. Okay, folks, you could turn on your cameras you get a chance so I know you're here. We have quorum.
Mr. Chair, I'm here. I just can't turn on my camera.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, when my internet was out, did we discuss the budget issue paper for growth in city parks?
It was covered, but no one actually asked any questions about it.
Okay, that's great.
But you're welcome to if you like. But
No, I can ask offline if I need to. Thank you.
okay, very good. Just as a heads up, issue papers requested when you're offline, you might not have known about, was a request was made for the impact of freezing council salary as an issue paper, and a request was made as well, subsequent request for the impacts of freezing the salaries of all non-unionized staff. So that will be coming as part of final budget day. Okay, we do have quorums. So Mr. Haggie, if you wanted to, hopefully you're back.
I am, Mr. Chair. I wasn't sure if we were moving to enterprise or if you wanted to talk about the issue paper for.
Sorry, Councillor Marsh, headshake. I didn't think she wanted to speak about it. No, yeah, so move on to enterprises, please.
Excellent, thank you. So council is aware, but the city has a number of enterprises which are self-sustaining businesses that don't get support through the tax base. They're listed here on screen. Council's very familiar with them through previous budgets and variance reports. So I won't go through the details of each one, but there are enterprise overviews that explain what the business is, you know, how they've been impacted by COVID and other things. And you can find that information in the budget package. Next slide, please. Oh, back one. Thank you. This is just a bit of a summary that talks about what enterprises are in as far as their financial position projected at the end of the year. So those are the columns. You can see the positive reserve balance, negative reserve balance, and then which enterprises are able to and do pay a dividend to the city, which are the rows. You can see in the top left corner, gas delivery can pay a dividend. It does pay a dividend and it has a positive reserve balance. If you move to the right, you can see that golf and parking pay a dividend, but are projected to have negative reserve balances, which essentially means they're paying a dividend to their shareholder, the city, with negative retained earnings. In the items down at the bottom, you can see building, water, sanitary, and stormwater have positive reserve balances, but because of legislation cannot pay dividends to the city. Next slide, please. I'll be introducing each enterprise, and as we talked before, each enterprise will have this bar graph, followed by the number slide, and then directors or other staff from those areas will be available to answer questions. So the intention is to pause after each one. First is building, which again, predominantly is a staff compensation driven business. They don't produce things, they do building inspections and do permits. So that's essentially the cost structure on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you can see that most of their funding comes in from user fees, but there is a plan to be a significant draw down on their stabilization reserve, which we'll see on the next slide, please. For each of the enterprises, as I just talked briefly about them, I'll be focusing mainly on the box kind of in the middle of the page, and generally talking about the projected 2020 column, second from the left, and then the budget 2021 column. For projected 2020, you can see the building enterprise has done very well, much better than expected. Planning to have post a positive result of $3.7 million here in 2020, even amidst the pandemic. Going forward in 21 and other years, you can see that negative results are planned. So in 2021, a negative result of $1.5 million. That's in part due to a 10% rate drop in their building permits, and council's already approved that. So that's not a decision point through this, but it is reflected in the numbers. And then as well, it also includes the cost of adding some new staff, which is a subject of an issue paper, which is next in the council package. I will pause there, Mr. Chair, and I believe Mr. Sealing will be here to answer any questions.
He is here. Hi, Mr. Sealing. The only question at the moment is Councillor Gazzola. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm always totally confused by building enterprise. I mean, we have year-end budget predictions, which don't really mean a thing because our budget this year is off by $4 million. How do we explain that? Our budget's always off by $3-4 million in the building enterprise.
Mr. Sealing? Sorry, Mr. Sealing, can't hear you at the moment. Not sure if you're muted. No, you're unmuted on Zoom, so it must be on your computer.
Can you hear me now?
I can, very good.
Perfect. Through the chair, and thank you very much for the question. The reason for the projection in 2020 being over 4 million is after we had the surge of building permit activity from the downtown development charge exemption expiry, which was March 1, 2019, I predicted that our permit activity would slow down, and I was dead wrong. The activity in Waterloo Region, especially Kitchener, continued. The interest rates stayed low. As noted earlier in the presentation, interest rates are going to stay low for 2 or 3 more years. And the amount of influx of GTA owners coming to Kitchener exceeded my expectations and exceeded CMHC predictions from a year ago. So that's part of the reason, or the main reason, for being out by 4 million, Mr. Gazzola.
I fail to understand how in 2020 you did $8.5 million worth of revenue with direct expenses of $3.8 million. Now in 2021, on only $4 million of revenue, our direct expenses are going to $4.7 million. I don't understand that. If you did 8.5 with 3.8 million, couldn't you do 4 with less than 4.6 million?
So through the chair, thank you very much for the question, Mr. Gazzola. So the difference between the 3.8 million to the 4.7 is about 21%. The budget was 4.3 million for 2020, and that's only an increase to the 4.7 million. So the reason why the 2020 projected actuals for the direct are lower is there's a few reasons. We had a couple of vacancies that we could not fill. Tim Benedict tried to hire a building inspector in February and the pandemic came on. So we had to put that hire on pause. We had another building inspector in May retire on us unexpectedly. And as well, because the COVID-19 pandemic, like the corporation, the building enterprise went into cost-cutting saving measures. So we stopped spending to be prudent and to demonstrate we're good stewards of the building enterprise.
If you were able to manage last year with those 2 staff positions that didn't materialize, doesn't that mean you can get along without them? And if you had good fiscal restraint that was allowed you to reduce your expenditures, couldn't you do the same this year?
So it's not sustainable. Part of the reason for the additional FTEs is we're not meeting our legislated timeframes on building permits. So it's not sustainable, and we can't keep going back. 2020 is the 7th consecutive year of good permit activity, and some will argue in the last 3 years we've had record-setting number of building permit numbers in terms of the number of new residential units. It's not sustainable, and fortunately, we've had full support from the industry in terms of the new request.
I don't know. I really have trouble dealing with this. When I look at the reserve balance in the 15 and the double-digit figures, way higher than even the conservative benchmark figures. I don't know, something doesn't add up, but that's okay. Thank you.
There's no one else in the queue. Mr. Stingos asks, so the question I think needs to be clear every year is anything that happens in the building enterprise does not affect the tax levy in any way, shape, or form, correct? I'm seeing a nodding of a head. So when we see an excess reserve, almost like, tangentially related to our gas enterprise, really the only people that will benefit from the reducing of that reserve are those that apply to permits or otherwise make use of the building enterprise.
That is correct.
Okay. And to that end, we just approved rates that are, going down 10%, I believe. So those stabilization funds, you've tweaked them. They may go down. That's the intention is to not have them above. And so basically the building enterprise is dealing with that excess reserve.
Correct. So the intent of the legislation is if your reserve stabilization fund is healthy and you don't predict a huge slowdown and you're not seeing excessive costs in the near future, is to lower your fees. So that's exactly what we've done for 2021. We've lowered our permit fees to all of our customers by 10%. And we've left some aside because the development services review is incomplete. The building enterprise uses electronic plan review, and we need a file management system. Planning and engineering they're using electronic plan review. They're going to need a file management system. So to leverage the money in the building reserve is building would pay for a file management system for building that would accommodate planning and engineering.
Oh, pardon me. A question for Mr. Haggie, possibly. Is it explicit in the legislation in terms of interest income off of the reserves for building enterprise? Does that funding stay within the building enterprise as well? Anything that's made off that interest?
I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked at that in a while, but I would say it's a bit of bad precedent to say we have a big surplus in building and the benefit of that is going to go to the taxpayers.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm just curious. Okay. Thank you. Okay. There's a couple more people in the queue now. Mayor Voinovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davey. Some questions for Mr. Sealing. Mr. Sealing, you talked about the ongoing construction and development that's been going on even after the downtown incentives ended. But part of what we've seen in the past year, I believe, is a result of COVID and all of the projects that people undertook to all the do-it-yourselfers that were looking for projects at home. And is it a fair understanding that those applications and projects required a higher level of effort from our staff in supporting our residents, because many of them were trying to do it on their own without the help, let's say, of professionals in terms of their drawings and things like that. And so our staff had to undertake a fair degree of effort to support them.
So through the chair, that's exactly our situation. During the pandemic, with people working from home, they're looking at their own renovations. They're looking to either add a duplex to make another residential unit for affordable housing, or they want to rebuild a deck. And because they don't have the sophistication as some architects, the quality of their drawings is not to what it needs to be. And what happens is they file for a permit with their best sketch that they can. And for corporate safety, we can't issue a building permit unless we know that it's going to meet or exceed the building code requirements. So this requires back and forth discussions, typically through email, and it increases the frustration of the owner who's not familiar with the process. And it's hard for them to articulate what they want to build. And this adds to the number of frustrations. And I'm sure a lot of the members of council have received complaints not in their building permit in a timely fashion. That's a big reason for us asking for FTEs.
So really the concerns are both in terms of the individual homeowners as well as with the larger scale developments that have also dealt with a variety of challenges this year, correct?
That is correct.
And we expect that to continue at least for the next year or two based on what, the information we're gleaning from the industry?
So based on our relationship and in our discussions with our industry stakeholders, we're expecting residential to continue. We all have concern and caution about the impact of the second wave, but all sectors except for commercial, we're expecting to continue. The commercial sector, new buildings, we're expecting that to slow down for a minimum of 2 to 3 years, unless it's a site-specific project like a Google type building. But we're not expecting any new commercial, but all the other sectors we're expecting for it to continue based on the feedback from the industry.
Sure, and that's what I thought. And so the last question I had is, while we're talking about, I believe, 2 employees here, realistically, you probably could have done with 4, but are suggesting a reduced amount going forward.
So that's so through the chair, that's exactly it. Ideally, we needed another 2 FTEs, but my general manager asked me to pare it down to take a look at what were our needs for 2021 only, and that's how we came to the issue paper that's council today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Sealing.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Oh, thank you. My questions were all asked already. We haven't seen an increase since 2005, and our city is booming. So I want to thank Mr. Sealing and his staff for all the great work that you're doing, and it's our responsibility to respond to the need and work with our building permit requests in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. And through you, yeah, I had similar concerns as well from residents that have raised that. And I have to totally commend your department for whenever I've raised particular issues that you've gotten on those right away and as quickly as possible. So thank you to you. And though I do understand that you are working with, not enough staff at the moment. So I have a question, I think, for Mr. Haggie. And my question would be that if we don't go ahead with this hiring, or let me frame it a little differently, that the building permits that are coming in, as Mr. Sealing has said, are from people that are doing home projects. They are buying materials. They're contributing to the economy by doing this. So what, if we didn't move forward with these full-time hires, what does it mean maybe to in terms of new building and new residences and new tax input for us, but also maybe to the economy? I know this is a bit speculative, but that it's really important for us to move forward with these building permits so that we keep people buying and supporting the economy.
Mr. Sealing? Oh, sorry, Mr. Haggie.
It was directed at me. I'll take a stab at it. I think Councillor Johnson, kind of framed the question in the way that makes the most sense. Yes, the people doing this kind of work are kind of pumping money into the local economy. Should note that a building permit will turn into tax assessment revenue somewhere down the road. There's often a multi-year lag there between a building permit, getting the construction finished, and having MPAC assess it. So that can take a number of years. But yeah, we will see benefits from all this work. And I would leave it to Mr. Sealing to talk about the negative impacts it would have because of the requirements of the code to inspect on a timely basis and those sorts of things, and the risks that could arise if we didn't inspect in a timely fashion.
So just to add on to what Mr. Haggie said is, not everyone likes to come in and get a building permit from the city of Kitchener. And if we're not able to turn permits over quickly, properly, it's another reason for people not to come in for building permits. And it puts people in jeopardy, especially when we know people are creating additional units in their building for affordable housing or to help pay off the mortgage. If we create more roadblocks, then we're helping them not to come in for a building permit. And by creating forms, trying to make the process easier for customers, which we try to do, it's one of our goals for customer service, to make the system work easier, trying to help people and protect people at the same time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just want some clarification. I don't quite understand how this works. So on the issue paper, it says no impact included in proposed budget. So if somebody could explain that to me. And then second, if this is all sort of a self-contained enterprise, that none of the revenue or none of the money sort of trickles down to other council decisions, why is this just mandated by the province that we have to discuss this? Like it sounds to me that it's all sort of self-contained and we really have no say. I'm not quite sure why we do this.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair, I would agree with Councillor Chapman's assessment that this is a self-contained enterprise. I think it was in 2005 that the legislation changed and said that the fees can only be used for the administration and enforcement of the Building Code Act. What I can tell you is that the industry has high confidence in Mr. Seeling's leadership of this portfolio. They've supported his fee recommendations. They're not asking for a fee reduction this year, but he proposed it. And similarly, he's built support for the staffing additions. So we see this as a fairly straightforward issue. Our primary concern is that he's supported by the industry in this. He enjoys that support. And so on that basis, the recommendations are here for council support as well.
But I mean, even if we were to say no, the enterprise itself could say yes, could they not? I mean, or am I missing?
So at the end of the day, it forms part of the budget, and council, you're responsible for this program. But I think you've hit the nail on the head that this program exists for the benefit of people undertaking building activity in the community as represented through the home builders industry. And so I think the key question you should be asking is, do these recommendations enjoy support of the industry that pays the fees? And what we can tell you is that yes, they do.
And so what does it mean where it says budget impact, no impact, including in the proposed budget?
I think what that means is that unlike some of the other issue papers where the budget does not yet include the impact, I think the KPL fine issue paper is an example of that, where the budget in front of you does not yet include the cost. In this case, it means that those costs have been built into the budget that's in front of you today.
So it does have an impact on the budget. It's just, it's already accounted for.
On the building budget, but the building budget is totally supported by building fees. And so there is no connection to the tax supported operating budget here either way.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think it's been explained numerous times how this does not impact the tax budget, and primarily it's the ratepayer that would pay for these additional staff. So this as a comment, I will support that. I've heard time and time again that customer service trumps most of the developer or builder concerns, even though they're mindful of the costs on the building permit fees. But I think they're even more so conscious of the turnaround time and the customer service that they receive. I think that sometimes can cost much more than a slight increase or decrease to the building permit fee. So that aside, and I support that and compliment Mr. Seeling and his department's effort to navigate through the pandemic. And still, although there was some criticism received, and I heard it too, but then again, it's been tough on everyone, and I think the department has done well. My question, Mr. Seeling, is I appreciate that there is already approval for the reduction to the fees. Because there's a healthy reserve there. And the legislation does restrict of how the building permit surplus can be used for anything other than the building permit industry or building industry. When the community is in discussion or in early stages of a strategy around affordable housing, have that been already budgeted of any recommendations that come through the Affordable Housing Committee as for any reduction or elimination of building permit fees on affordable housing units. And my assumption is that much of that cost would probably come from the reserve. So if you can comment on that, please.
So through the chair, so thank you, Mr. Singh, for the question. The City of Kitchener does have a affordable housing incentive program. It's not funded by the building enterprise. Waiving of the permit fees for any project would not be to all the other permit holders in that given year because they're receiving a service. They're a plan review, they're receiving a building permit, and they're going to receive subsequent inspections. So bonusing or providing a zero or reduced permit fee for a particular project wouldn't be fair and consistent because everyone has to go through that project.
Right.
Now, having said that, the building division is represented on the affordable housing side. We also have Tim Benedict looking at different things that can be done for tiny homes. So we're very supportive, but in terms of waiving of fees, we don't subscribe to that.
Yeah, so my concern or question wasn't necessarily about the opinion. It was more of the legislation, and I appreciate that. And the argument that you're making, I think on behalf of the building community, again, you're in most communication with them and you have to stay that piece. But again, as a council, if the legislation allows it, we balance our requirements and our needs differently, right? So if you can answer that now, or if the legislation does allow it, and my question was, are we budgeting for that potential? Or if you're fairly sure that it doesn't allow it, then I guess that negates the question entirely.
So Mr. Chapman just answered the question. The fees that we bring in from our permit revenue are to offset expenses of the administration enforcement of the Building Code Act. So it's not to be used for much needed projects like affordable housing projects. It's intended for that and not allowed under the legislation.
It's not allowed. Okay. All right. Well, again, I think that needs to be asked in every avenue, wherever we're charging fees that are necessitated by affordable housing units as well. And if the act doesn't allow it, then I think that needs to be an advocacy. And just like our taxpayers have to pay, and they can make the argument, well, wait a minute, I live in a home, I have a job. Why should I subsidize someone else to live at a lesser cost? Well, the same, I guess, they need to understand sometimes you have to do better for the community. And I think the building community can, try to come to that understanding as well. But I think it's the incumbent on this council to advocate with the province then that there needs to be more tools within the building division through the legislation that can help support the development and increase of affordable housing units. But that's for a later discussion. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that point, Councillor Singh. There are no further questions, Mr. Sealing. Just wanted to say again, thank you for the work. We had some conversations. I think you were under at least as much pressure as anyone during the early stages of COVID, and I want to thank you for that. And thank you also to Councillor Johnson for reminding us of the economic implications of not, meeting the legislative requirements and frankly going above and beyond that. Okay, next up, I believe, is the Gulf Enterprise. Mr. Haggie.
Correct. So here on the slide, you can see the expense and revenue breakout for Gulf. Gulf has, a mixed bag of expenses from staff, materials like fertilizer and seed and those types of things transferring to their capital program to replace carts and those sorts of things. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the revenues coming in. Primarily from user fees. There is a transfer from the stabilization reserve, which is a hint that the Gulf Enterprise is expecting a deficit in 2021. Next slide, please. And so the revenue, or this slide breaks out the revenues and expenses. Again, back to the box in the middle of the page. In 2020, you can see a projected deficit of around $600,000. We've applied Safe Restart funding from phase 1, amount of $345,000 that council approved. And so that is bringing the enterprise, or that nets off the deficit somewhat and makes it smaller. In 2021, you can see that there's a projected deficit of $523,000 and then smaller deficits going out to the right. I'll pause there, and I believe Ms. Kugler is on the call if there are any questions about golf.
Very good. Just one at the moment, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to understand this. What am I doing? What's happening here? I'm getting normally when you have more customers, you make more money. But here, we had I don't understand this. What happened to our gross profit of 17%? The more customers we had, the more we lost. Every time we had another customer, we lost money. Didn't we stop bringing customers in?
So through you, Chair Davey, so I would say that the difference is that this year we did not start golf until our first opening of the golf course was May 25th, and then the last course opened on June the 3rd. So our revenue stream was not there for the month of May, as well as a portion of April, where we typically would have had another 6 weeks of revenue. So the revenue did not come in those weeks due to COVID. We were not up and operational. We had staff that were either off using up vacation time, and then we had staff that we had to redeploy. And so when we were up and operational, that was the one part. And then the other, our food and beverage tournament revenue, obviously because there was an inability to do tournament hosting in the banquet hall, that revenue stream was not there for 2020.
If we had no customers, why did we need any staff at all?
In the months where there were no customers, the staff were minimally there to just cut the turf to ensure that it was actually ready when we could open. So we were at minimal staff. The staffing level was a mechanic to make sure that the equipment was ready for the season. And then also we had two of our full-timers out cutting and preparing the golf course until we actually had customers.
I'm not expecting us looking to us to make a big profit, but surely, like other golf courses around, still ended up making a profit. Well, I'm not sure what happens to us.
So I'm not, so until everybody's numbers come in, I think people are talking about their rounds being up, and our rounds were even. If we had been open those earlier weeks, we would have been up as well. So that shortfall of those 6 weeks is a loss in our revenue. But the big piece is that typically when we have a slower season or an offset, we pull back on our capital. This year we did not pull back on our capital because we cannot keep not investing in our infrastructure. And so if you look at the other expenses, you still see the transfer of money to the capital reserve for the golf carts, as well as the transfer to capital for the course maintenance as well, infrastructure.
Why was and I don't understand the funding that came from the senior levels of government, but we obviously lost about $400,000 due to the COVID. Why wasn't our support from the senior government 400,000, closer to 400,000?
Mr. Luttenbach?
So through the chair, the phase one safe restart funding was allocated on a per household basis to all municipalities. And then it was left up to the municipalities to cover municipal operating impacts. that were impacted by COVID. And so we allocated based on the percentage of the total deficit that golf was projecting at the time. And that's how the first phase of funding was allocated to golf. In terms of phase 2 in our application, we look to recover the full deficit in terms of both parking and golf, but also related to our tax support operations as well. And so part of the distribution of funding is reflective of the fact that we allocated the phase 1 safe restart funding. The difference would be made up if we are successful in getting phase 2.
Okay, that answers my question. It explains where those figures came from. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else in the queue, but Mr. Lautenbach, if I could just extend that. So if the phase 2 funding comes in, does that, what would the figures change to then for 2020?
So through the chair, it would essentially bring golf back up to being even in 2020 because it is 2020 impacts that you're capped at in terms of putting in funding requests for. So the projected deficits for future years would still continue in terms of the enterprise, but we would at least cover off our 2020 impacts.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, could I add something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, we should add that, and we should publicize it a little bit more, is that the golf courses don't cost the taxpayer anything. They pay their own way. And right now they are in a deficit position, but that doesn't matter because they have a good banker in the city. The city's not calling the loan, and they're paying their interest on the loans that they need in order to cover their deficit. So the important thing here is that the golf courses, regardless of what they did or did not do, there's no impact on the taxpayer. Am I right? Right? Ms. Kugler?
You're correct. So annually, there's a $75,000 dividend that's paid to the city, and there's some administrative costs that are paid to the city from the golf enterprise. And golf continues to pay any interest on any loans or debentures that are there from past construction.
Thank you.
Thank you for that point, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment that Councillor Gazzola made, and I think he's correct in his assertion, but it does trigger a question in my mind. And I recall a number of years ago, didn't the city of Kitchener write off some debt for the golf course, the enterprise? Remind me if I'm wrong on that. I remember like 4 or 5 years ago.
So through you, Chair Davey, when golf started to, the play decreased, at that time, golf courses were paying a dividend to the city in excess of $500,000, even though they weren't actually generating that revenue to offset it, hoping that golf would actually climb back up. And so there were a number of years where golf continued to put themselves in a deficit position to not impact the tax base. When the tax base was reset, they did draw back down some of that deficit for a couple of the years of the overpayment to the city dividend to help stabilize golf.
Right. No, I only make that point when circumstances are dire, it can come back and affect the tax base. So we need to ensure good financials for the enterprise. It's not enough that it doesn't immediately affect, it could down the road. And I'm glad to hear that phase 2 funding may break even. And that obviously then there is really not that much concern. The other is if the deficit does continue to exist and phase 2 funding doesn't come in the expectation, is there an opportunity where the enterprise could take on, take opportunity on the low interest rates to take on debt to pay, to break even on the deficit? Is that an avenue that the enterprise could look at? But then again, that's presumption that phase 2 funding will not come through, and I'm quite optimistic that will be the case.
Mr. Heggie.
Through the chair, the city's only allowed to issue debt for capital projects. We can't just issue it like the province or the feds could for an operating deficit. So if anything, we might be able to issue a small amount for the transfer to capital, but it wouldn't be a significant dollar amount.
Yeah, no, I understand, Mr. Heggie, for our operations. I wasn't sure if that rule also applies for an enterprise as well. But okay, thank you then. Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions. Just interest of disclosure, as I've told some constituents, I do think that, I think we can do maybe a little bit better in the Gulf enterprise. Councillor Gazzola's comments notwithstanding, that it actually does add to the bottom line of the city and did much more historically when we were drawing, frankly, dividends that were unrealistic. But it just, as a side note, I've engaged with staff on the side, not something that will be resolved during budget. But I want to be full disclosure on that. Okay, so that concludes all the questions on the Gulf enterprise. Thank you, Ms. Kugler. And finally, we have, almost second to last, we have the parking enterprise.
Yeah, so with parking, you can see on the left-hand bar that the predominant expense is for capital and reserve transfers. So that includes transfers to their capital program, as well as the dividend paid to the city. On the right-hand side, you can see user fees are the predominant area where they receive money. You can see interdivisional recoveries. That's from economic development for downtown parking that's foregone, that the tax base pays for. And then the stabilization reserve, again, there's a planned or expected deficit in parking in 2021 that the stabilization reserve needs to transfer funding into to cover off. Next slide, please. Again, the box projected 2020, you can see a significant deficit planned or expected in 2020. $2.9 million. We have the Safe Restart funding of nearly $1.6 million being applied to that, resulting in a $1.3 million bottom line deficit. For 2021, we're anticipating having another significant deficit. Again, not entirely sure what parking looks like in the recovery phase in 2021. And then going out just even one more year, you can see by 2022 that the parking revenue budget gets back to what was planned for 2020, around that $8.5 million mark. And then it's sort of business as usual going forward. That's the projection that parking is put forward for council's discussion today. I'll pause there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
Sorry, what are you intending to allocate part of phase 2 monies to parking?
Absolutely. If we're successful with it, part of our application is for the deficit within parking as well.
Do you have an amount that you're working with?
It's essentially, it's that $1.3 million. So if phase 2 is completely successful, parking would be at a zero at the end of the year.
I want to go back to the economic development subsidies. So where is that cost charged?
It's charged to the economic development tax supported budget. So a portion of the ECDEV budget on the tax side is a transfer to parking.
Okay, so but then that's costing the taxpayers $1,200
$1.2 million.
Pardon?
$1.2 million.
Yeah. No, I ask this every year. Is this in perpetuity? Is there nothing? Why should the taxpayers be funding that forever?
Through the chair, the decision on that predates me, but my understanding of it is that it was the decision to remove the parking meters in the downtown as an economic development incentive, and that in order to make parking whole, the tax base should be covering that off.
So the rest of the community is, among other things, paying that to support the downtown.
Yes, and then if you go down to the parking enterprises, then in turn paying a dividend of $2 million to.
Well, is the $2 million on top of taxes?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I had one other question. Oh, part of the 1,263,000 is Laurier University.
Yes.
Is, what's happening there? Is that in perpetuity too with Laurier?
There was no end date in that agreement, Councillor Gazzola.
Pardon?
There was no end date in that agreement. You're correct.
Can we not try to get an end date?
We've covered it. I think this comes up every year. We've tried in the past. I believe that we did negotiate some changes a few years ago, but at the end of the day, Laurier is interested in retaining the balance of that agreement.
Well, I would be too. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, just a quick question. We keep talking about the Safe Restart funding phase 2. And if I heard correctly, we should know about that before final budget day. Is that correct?
That's the timeline that we've been provided.
So if that's the case, would all of these slides be changed potentially in time so that we can see what the actuals would be, because the deficits wouldn't be there?
Yes, if we get word about the Safe Restart Phase 2, we'll update the slide deck for projected 2020.
For everything that it affects?
Yes, and it's only, on the enterprise side, it's only, parking and golf.
But also the slides on the tax stabilization reserve fund or the.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you. Just looking for further clarification on the economic development subsidy. On the line item for 2021, the 1263. So does that encompass the bulk of the meters that were taken away, and that's the subsidy that you were referring to, Mr. Hagee?
Yes, that's my understanding. Mr. Cronkite or Mr. McCormick's I imagine are on the call and could answer in more detail, but I believe the biggest piece of that is the downtown, the meters like essentially on King Street and around downtown that were removed more than a decade ago.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what it is. It's to be able to provide for free parking in the downtown from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily.
Okay, Councillor Singh, you might have frozen. Okay, Councillor Singh, I'll have to come back to you if you reestablish your connection. Mayor Verbanovich.
Sorry, thank you. Just very quickly on the parking end of things. One of the things we've been hearing. Well, first of all, can you remind me what we're doing this year during the holiday season from a parking perspective?
Through you, Mr. Chair, essentially it would be business as normal. There's no intent to close the facilities.
No, but during normal years, do we not offer free parking in December in the downtown on weeknights and Saturdays, I believe?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's the case. Yes, we would typically in the past offer free parking after 5 and on Saturdays and Sundays. We're currently in that scenario right now anyway. So we're following a very similar model.
Okay, so basically right now people could visit the businesses and so on, and there's no charges expected of them.
That's correct.
Okay. And that applies just to our surface lots or to our garages as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will double check. I believe that's for the surface lots right now. I believe the gate, so City Hall is completely closed, obviously, to the public. So it's, not part of that discussion. Our other garages are still, I believe we're still charging on Saturdays, but I'll double check that.
Because I think normally we do lift the gates there as well on Saturdays. So maybe you can let us know outside of this. I do know, as we go into January, February, March, I think this is an area we need to look at. It's certainly some of the feedback we're getting, whether it's here, whether it's in Belmont. Well, I think in Belmont it is all free except there's a time limit. But that is some of the feedback we've been hearing from local businesses. So we should take a look at that as part of our way to support our small businesses during this time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've confirmed with staff, and we are in fact raising the gates in our lot or in our parking garages on Saturdays as well. It's something that we can continue on into the new year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Very good. Councillor Singh, you can continue.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm having some internet issues. That's why for most of the meeting, I've tried to keep my video off. So my apologies. My question was on the economic development subsidy on the light item for 2021 for 1,263,000. Just wanted clarity that that is the for a subsidy being offered for the meters that are taken away from the downtown. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And that's being funded through the tax base, not through a reserve.
Correct.
Now, this may not be a question for you, Mr. Cronkite, but if Corey or anyone else from senior management can answer this, can a rationale be made that some of this subsidy could come from the Economic Development Reserve or the KEDS 2.0, as we do have a long-term strategy to have increased funding coming into that reserve over a 10-year forecast, that some of that funding could come from the economic development activities?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so we've worked really hard to ensure that ongoing operating subsidies aren't funded by the Economic Development Reserve, because what it will do is whittle down the core delivery projects, and the Economic Development Reserve is really intended to be a finite period of time. And, so committing operating dollars through a reserve fund would put us into a difficult situation down the road as that reserve fund is used on strategic projects.
No, and I appreciate that. I don't think that's wise to do on a reserve, but again, that reserve is over a 10-year forecast, and that's how the economic development strategy is. Okay, but that, if need be, that can be an option put forward as a part of the budget. Again, this is something I would probably want to get more information and have conversation with staff, but during budget day, could this option be presented and for council to vote on? I'm not saying all of it, I'm saying some segment of it. And again, that's more clarification that I would have to work with staff on.
Through the chair, we could certainly bring forward an issue paper identifying the pros and cons of diverting subsidy from the reserve.
Okay, can you then do an issue paper showing 100,000, if at least 10% of that cost, that would continue to come from the Economic Development Reserve through the land sales that's being proposed through the Economic Development Strategy and EDIF 2.0, while it's still continue to the bulk of it being supported through the tax base. At least 10% of it is through the economic development activities.
Mr. Chapman, do you want to add?
All I was going to offer is that the ECDEV reserve will be a topic of discussion at capital budget meeting in just a few weeks' time. And so Councillor Singh, receiving that presentation and then refining the issue paper ask after you've seen the detail in terms of the cash flow there, it may answer the question or it may cause you to want to modify this direction. So I don't think there's any harm in waiting for that presentation at capital.
That's fair. I can wait. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Davey. My question is back for Mr. Cronkite. I'm glad to hear that the gates will be open every Saturday in December for our parking garages. Is that for all of the downtown garages? And also, is it the same on Sunday? It used to be at City Hall, and if you can just clarify.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's the case in all of our garages with the exception of City Hall because it's currently closed to the public. So as the mayor had indicated earlier, it's something that we'll consider extending into the new year as well.
Right. So are you confirming Sundays as well?
Yeah, Saturdays and Sundays.
Okay, thank you.
So and there's no one else in the queue, I've never really engaged in this, but I just want to get it out now, and I promise I'll never ask about it again, about the economic development subsidies. So if I understand correctly, we're taking that amount from the tax base, and then we're dividending it back as a transfer to the city. If we, as a council, decide that, because frankly, I'm sick of looking at this line. If we as a city decide that we're never going to be charging downtown parking those locations again, can we not just reduce the dividend transfer to the city and then get rid of most of that ECDEV subsidy line? Or am I missing something?
So through the chair, you could. This approach is based on a policy decision that council made when it set up the parking enterprise. And there were 3 principles. One of the principles was that parking subsidies are economic development incentives and should be accounted for as such. The risk you run if you eliminate the transparency is that the downtown meters aren't the only line item here. They're the majority share. But as Councillor Gazzola points out every year, the Laurier subsidy was a decision that council made, and it has an impact. It's basically foregone revenue to the parking enterprise. And so our view is that every time you approve an exemption, you're taking money away from the enterprise. That should be transparent, so that council can always look at the subsidies and the policy decisions to say, we don't like this level of subsidy. The answer is not to bury it within the parking budget, it's to eliminate the subsidy. And so I would argue strongly that if council believes that you want a parking enterprise that functions like a business, that raises its own revenue, that covers its own capital costs, and pays a substantial dividend to the city, you can't hamstring it then and basically tell it to give free parking across the board, or it becomes non-viable very quickly.
Okay, to be fair though, I did say to reduce the dividend transfer to the city by the same amount, and I wouldn't remove the Laurier portion of that, just the downtown parking. Do you follow my thinking?
I do, but I think then what it makes it easier to do is for council on a one-off basis to say, oh, parking enterprise, do a free parking promotion here, or waive parking fees here or there. And it simply reduces the profitability of the enterprise. And if the dividend doesn't move in lockstep in time, the enterprise will become non-viable. And so that what this ensures is that there's rigor and discipline around accounting for the opportunity cost, at least, for every one of those decisions on the parking enterprise.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. I'll put some thought to it. There are no further questions on parking. Gas utilities next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have gas and then the water utilities to round out the program or the presentation today. Gas, so we'll talk gas delivery and gas supply over the next few slides. You can see on the gas delivery side, the major expense is capital and reserves. So that's funding pipeline replacements and those kinds of projects, as well as the dividend that's paid to the city. You can see on the right-hand side, most of the funding comes from user fees, a chunk from other income for rental water heaters, and then a small transfer from the stabilization reserve in 2021, as there will be a small deficit plan for gas delivery. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide, please. So a projection for 2020 in gas, you can see partway down that there's a projected deficit of about $2.2 million or $2.3 million, which is worse than we thought it was going to be in 2020. Going to the right to budget 2021 and beyond, you can see just small deficits planned in 2021 and 2, and then returning to surpluses in 23 and the years going out to the right. I'll also go over gas supply right now, and then we'll take questions as a whole from Mr. St. Louis. Next slide, please. Gas supply is essentially purchasing gas and reselling it, and that's what you see here in the graph. Material is the purchase side, and user fee is the sale to others. Next slide, please. And gas supply is fairly straightforward. This year we're planning a small surplus in budget 2020 of $695,000. Plan to have a small deficit. Then we're looking at deficits in 2021 and a little to the right as well. I'll pause there, and I believe Mr. St. Louis is on the call for responding to questions.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, can you explain why your gross profit goes down? Like we're really looking at a gross profit of 55.59%. And yet, if we look at actual for 2020, what was the cause that brought your gross profit down to 53%?
Through the chair, really it was in 2020. It's due to the weather. All of this is volume related. It's been a warm winter so far, and then even November, as you know, well, tomorrow's December 1st, it's been really warm November, so it's all volume related to the decrease in revenue.
Yeah, but if the weather's bad, your revenue goes down, but also so does your expenses, do they not? The gross profit should remain the same for gross profit percentage. So I'm at a failure to understand why that changes, because even if had we obtained our 54% gross profit that we had budgeted for, your revenue would have been up by some $450,000. So I'm not understanding what's happening with gross profit. It's got to be, it can't be the volumes. The volumes, are on both sides. The volume of the revenue goes down, but so does the volume of the expenses.
Through the chair on this one, this is related to the cost of the natural gas supplied. So it may not be the same proportions based on the cost, because we're buying gas at different times.
You lost me there.
So it's all volume related. So what we do is we budget is for the most part a 5-year average. Same with water, 5-year average volume. And so with it being a warmer winter this year so far, the people have not consumed as much gas. So we're down on our volume of gas for that. As well, the cost of the gas, it varies per period as well, because we're buying gas at different times. So the expenses, I was looking at gas supply. However, like you're talking our fixed costs. So for the gas delivery portion is our fixed cost. And there's a lot of fixed costs related to the operating costs and things like that. And that's why it would be the same if you're looking at the delivery side of things and not the, or are you looking at the gas supply side?
No, I haven't. No, my questions are totally on the delivery side.
Okay.
Yes. You're saying the expenses, there are fixed expenses there, so I'm not following that.
Correct. So there's in the gas delivery, there's a lot of, same with water, there's a lot of fixed costs related to staffing and things like that are fixed related costs. So that would remain similar, and it's not volume related.
Okay, what portion of those costs are fixed then?
Yeah, I wouldn't have that.
Okay, well that's fine. I will leave that. That's because normally gross profit percentage does not change with volume changes. Okay, that's a basic accounting principle. But so we'll leave that. Can you just looking at your budgeted revenue for 2021? It's going up by about 3%. That takes into account the 1.5 cent increase.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Just a quick question on supply. I always felt, or I don't know, that I thought that supply was sort of a 3-year sort of flow, and that over the 3-year period, we sort of balanced out. Whereas here, where we seem to have our reserves we're always carrying a reserve. I always thought at one point it was in the first year, we might go into a deficit position on supply, but in the second year we would make that up, or between the second and third year. But we're constantly carrying a reserve. So is there a way of getting around that? Do we need that reserve?
Through the chair, for the gas supply, it's a council approved policy for having that minimum benchmark. And so obviously, like natural gas prices fluctuate vastly And so you really need to have that reserve to have basically constant stable rates.
When was the last time you changed the supply rate?
Through the chair, I believe it was 3 years ago.
Okay, that's yeah. So every 3 years, that's quite a yeah. Because we haven't changed it for 3 years. All right, I'll leave it at that. It's okay.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. St. Louis. Thank you. So, Mr. Haggie, moving on to water, sanitary, stormwater.
Yes. Can we go to the next slide, please? So like we've done the last number of years, we'll talk about water, sanitary, and storm kind of as a bundle. They've been bundled that way since the WIP review, or the Water Infrastructure Review in 2017. Next slide, please. Just to remind council, the cost makeup of these utilities, a large portion of it is the region. Capital programming is another significant piece. And then maintenance and other costs like admin are the smallest piece of the entire budget. Next slide, please. Mr. Lautenbach already covered this in his overview earlier today. We've had a multi-year rate increase. We stuck to it or we're slightly below it in the first 3 years of the 5-year forecast. And as has already been mentioned, we are well below it this year based on the actions that we'll see on the next slide, please. So as staff were preparing this and looking around what's happening, we've come in at a lower suggested rate than, or significantly lower rate than what was originally forecast. Instead of 4.5, we're coming in at 0.9% because of two major things. One, on the city side, we've looked at the capital program and paused the capital program in some ways. To be clear, there was some discussion about it earlier. The pause on capital spending is on regional, or sorry, on full reconstruction projects. So that's tearing up a whole road, replacing the water, sanitary, and stormwater. We've not looked at individual projects like a water project or a sanitary project or a stormwater project per se. It's we paused the funding increase for the WIP road reconstruction program. We've also paused planned increases on the maintenance side of things, as there was a gap when WIP was done, looking at what we should be spending versus what we are spending. And there was a 5-year phase in, those have been paused as well in 2021. Again, we believe that's a reasonable short-term option, not something that we want to plan to do on the long term, but given the circumstances around us right now, we're suggesting that as part of this budget. The second part of it is a regional rate reduction. The regional staff have indicated that we're going to have a 0%, or they're going to propose a 0% rate increase for water supply and sanitary sewer processing. And so those two combined bring the rate down from 4.5 to 0.9%. Combined, the increase by utility is shown on the bottom of this slide. 0 for water, 0 for sanitary sewer, and then a 6% increase on the stormwater utility. When you take those different increases in proportion, it adds up to 0.9%. Next slide, please. So I'll go through perhaps each of the enterprises together and take us to the end. And then if there are questions, councillors can indicate if they have questions about water, sanitary, or storm, and clerks can move the slide deck back appropriately. For water, on the expense side, you can see the major costs are material. So that's purchasing water from the region primarily, and then the capital program, transferring funding to their capital program. Most of their funding is from user fees. So those are the rates that are paid by citizens across the city. Next slide, please. As far as water goes, in 2020, again, looking at the box, you can see a projected surplus of $2.1 million versus a planned surplus of $46,000. Going ahead to 2021, you see small deficit planned in 2021, and then essentially a break-even budget for the next few years. Next slide, please. Sanitary sewer has a similar cost profile as we saw in water, essentially buying services from the region to process the sanitary sewer and transferring to the capital program and recouping those costs from user fees. Next slide, please. Projected in 2020 is a surplus of $3.5 million. Usage is up. I should have mentioned that back on the water side of things, but our volumes are up, so our sales are up. We're having additional revenue come in that is unplanned based on a 5-year average. We see planned surpluses in 2021 and future years as well. Next slide. Stormwater has a slightly different cost profile. You can see it's primarily capital related. And so the majority of the funds that are brought in on the right-hand side through user fees, the stormwater user fee, go to fund the capital program. Next slide, please. And then finally, in this section, you can see in projected 2020, about halfway down the box, a surplus of $273,000 versus a projected or a budgeted amount of 101, and then a very small surplus of $49,000 planned for 2021. That's all the comments on water, sanitary, and storm, Mr. Chair. I'll look for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haggie. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm astounded by the bottom lines here. We had expected to basically break even on water, for example. We've got a $2.1 million windfall or whatever it is. How did that happen, or what? In the midst of COVID, how did that happen?
Mr.
St. Louis, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair. So as you can see, for the revenue is a wet or a dry summer. So a lot of people were consuming water during the summer. So the volume is up, as Mr. Haggie had indicated. So that accounts for a large portion of the revenue increase. And then this is a case here on the expense side of the operating expense. We've had half the amount of water main breaks as we typically have. We weren't able to do some training that we wanted to have this year due to COVID, and we're just working through getting that all set up and moved online through some of our vendors, as well as some of our contractors who do valve replacements, and those type of activities have not been able to replace the valves due to COVID. There is a breaking gap there. So there's a number of contracted services that would lower the amount of operating expenses there. So it's a combination of excess, water revenue, as well as decreasing expenses on the operational side.
Well, again, that's good to hear. It's quite a thing when we increase water sales, we make money. If we conserve water, we end up hurting the bottom line. So it's a tough one to deal with. The other concern I have is, and I'd like to sort of get an update. It's on the WIP stuff. We had these plans laid out to cover where we're going for the next 20, 25 years. And we talked a lot about the infrastructure problems. And I always thought that we could move slower on some of the things and keep our utility rates down. But in those days, in the past, that if we didn't start spending the money on the infrastructure, we were all going to go to hell in a basket or something. Can I get an update as to where the projections stand going down the road based on these adjustments that we're making this year and possibly next year? What does it do? It's interesting to hear from you that the water main breaks are down already without being partially through this project, but already there's an improvement there. So it's just a question that I don't disagree with where we're going, but I always thought we were a little too aggressive, and now it's pointing out that yes, we can be a little less aggressive, and the sun will still come up in the morning. So it's a question for I know someone, Miss McGoldrick or someone, has all that information as to where what we plan for the next 10, 15 years. I'm just want to make sure that we're still sort of online as to where we plan to go. Thank you.
Ms. McGoldrick, and feel free to pass it off to your colleagues.
Sure. So through Chair Davey to Councillor Gazzola. Councillor Gazzola, we were tracking to achieve our milestones. As you know, we put in a multi-year plan to address the backlog in terms of asset replacement based on expected life. And so we were on track in terms of delivering on our planned increases. What we're suggesting for 2021 is to hold our capital program to 2022 levels, which essentially, I don't have the distance in terms of replacement in front of me at the moment. I can certainly provide that. But what we'll see is in 2021, we won't achieve what that long-term plan identified. So we would be looking at shifting the program out another year. The one thing that you mentioned around water main breaks, and it's great to see water main break activity has decreased. That being said, it's largely dependent on weather. So we see large fluctuations in terms of water main break statistics, and we can certainly provide that data as well. And actually, Boo just sent me our planned kilometers, which I believe is 5.8 kilometers of main replacement in our water, sanitary, and stormwater for 2021. Thank you, Boo.
Okay, I would like to, if you can just reissue to council where we're at and how we're doing along our projections. If that's not, I don't want to put a lot of work stress, if that's easy to do.
Absolutely, we can provide that in an update.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallo-Silock?
Yeah, I struggle with asking this question because I'm not sure 100% if it's going to make sense, but is there anything that we can do to reduce the rate of 0.9% because of the positives that we have in both the water and sanitary stabilization reserve funds? Because they're maxed out. So, and I know that our capital reserves funds aren't, but is there anything we can do to get that 0.9% down to zero? Understanding stormwater still needs that 6%.
Sorry, Denise, do you want this? Or?
Ms. McGoldrick?
Well, what I was going to suggest is we can certainly look at coming back with options related to that. We have looked, for example, at longer term projections if we were to reduce the rate, and we can share that with council. Want to add anything to that?
Sure. I was just going to mention, yeah, we definitely wouldn't suggest anything on the stormwater side because of the reasons we've already talked about. As far as water and sanitary go, they're self-funded standalone utilities. So to subsidize the stormwater utility by reducing, say, sanitary or water is something that staff would not suggest.
But it's possible.
Yes, it's possible.
So I guess Mr. Goldberg's already said that we can circulate some information, or whether it's in an issue paper. I'd like to see if there's the opportunity to get that rate down to zero, understanding that that will impact the bottom lines of both the water and the sanitary utilities.
Right.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Chair Davey. I know there's the talk of the fewer water main breaks. I'm just wondering, part of the WIP program is increased maintenance and preventative maintenance. Could that be playing into the reasons we're seeing fewer water main breaks?
Hey, Lewis.
Through the chair, yes, that could be actually a good point, because now we're we're doing a lot more maintenance. We're operating valves and doing flushing to increase water quality. So we're addressing valves prior to them actually failing or something like that during a water main break that could make a water main break last even longer if some of the valves fail on it. So I believe anecdotally that we're doing a lot more maintenance work, which is contributing to the reduction in water main breaks.
Because I know when we were first discussing this, the preventative maintenance was to extend the life of our infrastructure and lessen the probability of things like water main breaks, which saves on lost water and all that. So just wanted to clarify that. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There are no further questions on the water utility. And just so everyone knows, every time I heard fewer water main breaks, I knocked wood very aggressively. But that concludes the entire operating budget. So now we will, actually that concludes the meeting as well. And I will go into special council to approve the direction as laid out by this committee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just need to finish typing the last one from Councillor Galloway-Sealock. I'll flip it over to clerks and they will be able to put it up on screen, and we can review and adjust if required.
Sure. Are we thinking like a 5-minute break sort of thing, or are you thinking more like 2 minutes?
I think I'll be done in 30 seconds.
Oh, perfect. Okay, we'll just hang on then. Thank you.
Chair Davey, just one quick point. We did send out a second invite for special counsel, but if council chooses just to stay on this call, we can go ahead and not have to move off and cause that disruption.
Yeah, let's stay on here.
Okay, perfect.
Do you need to end and then start a new meeting, Mr. Bunn?
No, we've updated the city's website so that any member of the public watching would watch the previous stream and this stream for both special counsel and the budget meeting.
Okay, and do you also have the information for Councillor Michaud's emergency motion on the conservation areas?
I have spoken with Councillor Michaud, and that'll be coming forward on the 7th now.
Oh, on the 7th, okay.
Yeah, so that'll appear on the agenda.
No, wrong.
No. Oh, okay.
No, sorry, Jeff, I sent you another note. I thought I did that we're going to go with this today.
Okay, and that's fine.
Sorry, that might have been a confusion. I thought I sent that off to you.
Okay, so I'll call this.
Wait, can I say something? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to request another issue paper, if that's possible.
Okay, so we haven't ended finance yet. Back to you, Councillor Davey. Yes,
Councillor Chapman, would you like to ask for an issue paper?
Yeah, I mean, as it's similar to the what Councillor Galloway-Sealock is suggesting with the stormwater increase or sanitary. I'm not sure, but the point, was it sanitary or stormwater? Whichever, it doesn't matter. What I would like is something staff to come back with ways that we could reduce the property tax increase. So reduce the 1.1% to 0. What things could be done to modify the budget to do that?
Okay, that Councillor Chapman, I would suggest, because when I was a new councillor, asked for that exact thing many years ago. I would suggest, I'd look to staff to comment, but I would suggest that is a very onerous task that would require, in my estimate, a motion that would have to be passed by committee. I would first look to staff to comment on the relative amount of work in coming back with proposals to reduce the levy further.
I mean, I guess I'd say it in the context of, we've already asked for a couple of issue papers looking at freezing wages, and we've looked at the potential of receiving money from the federal government. So if you factor in all of these issues, what could a modified increase look like? So thank you.
So through the chair, as was pointed out when Mr. Hagee was covering sort of the impacts, to get down to 0% would require 1.4 million to be reduced from the tax supported budget. So I would suggest that if we're looking to that level of detail, it would be very difficult to do that without potentially impacting service. And that's been one of the goals in terms of what we've provided for council with the rate increase today. If we had to come back with options, we could look at ways, a general direction, how we could potentially look to reduce that further. But I just wanted to flag that the amount of what you're asking in terms of a decrease in the budget, we've already done work to try to bring in a rate that is as low as possible. And so it'd be very difficult to do that without more permanent sort of decreases that could impact service.
Councillor Davey, you're off.
Thank you for that. Sorry, just writing people's names down. Could you actually, if you want to speak to this, stay queued in. If you don't, would you please lower your hand and I'll come back to you. I have you written down. So on this item, Councillor Schneider's to this. Go ahead. No, not to this. Okay, you're muted, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Schneider, you're muted. Did you want to speak to this?
No, sorry, my hand shouldn't have been up. It was
Okay. And sorry, actually, before I continue, Mr. Lautenbach, could I get clarification whether this would be, and realizing there hasn't been any council direction as to where the cuts should come from, would this be something that staff would characterize as a significant amount of work that would be preferred as a motion, or could it be accommodated as per the other issue papers?
So I think without specific direction in terms of ideas of where council would be looking to reduce the budget, it would be a significant amount of work. The only thing that we could offer would be examples in terms of what trying to get to zero would mean. But certainly more clear direction if there was one particular area in the budget that Councillor Chapman would want to look at, that would at least help to identify the amount of work that would be required to bring something back.
Okay, so I'll go back to Councillor Chapman then. So the options here are either you identify an area you would like to see cuts in to reach that 0% target, or you leave it and that will just happen. It'll come back as issue paper based on your direction there. Or if you want staff to come up with the areas to cut, then I'll take a motion of this committee for staff to look into that. So it's in your hands.
Yeah, I mean, a couple ideas came to mind, and two of them have already been mentioned, and that is the freezing of wages, but also a scaling back of consultants. I know that we've got very capable professional staff that works for the city, but we often call in consultants from outside. And I'm not saying to terminate that, but to scale back on those needs. I already mentioned the hiring freeze, which I'll talk to staff further about that and see if there's any wiggle room there. And I'd also like to see a freeze on new programs. So, and that sounds very vague in general, but maybe staff has some ideas on where we wouldn't want to open new programs during this. And I see this as a 1 year, COVID emergency situation. Just as the region has come up with two budgets, one to stay at zero increase and another one to stay at the rate of inflation. We have MPAC saying we're going to freeze the increase of the assessments and hold where we are right now. We've even frozen our own user fees for a reason. So I'm suggesting that, there must be ways that we can do the same with our property tax increases for this coming year. And maybe others have more creative ways of bringing it down. These are just some thoughts that I've had.
Okay, I'm going to have to look to staff again, apologies, but so the most specific things for the freezing of wages, which is already coming back as an issue paper, and looking at consultants, is that a narrow enough And again, I'm not sure, you're not going to be able to answer the question whether that would get to $1.4 million, but is that a narrow enough purview that it wouldn't be onerous amount of work?
We could certainly look in terms of the amount that's built in that we use consulting services for. I would suggest that within the operating budget, it's likely more limited than when we use consultants for things like capital projects. And so realistically, if we are reducing consulting services, it likely is impacting service. Because we wouldn't be using a consultant if we in the operating budget if we didn't have to deliver in terms of the service levels that we've established. But that is something we could bring back if you feel it's an area to look at.
Okay, I'll go to Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so Ms. Tasker did just recently conduct an audit on consultant services versus staff time in the last year and a half. And the findings were that consultants are being used appropriately. And if we relied less on consultants, we would need more staff to be able to complete the amount of work that is needed. So it would actually further cause a deferral of our work program. So we only selectively use consultants when we either don't have the resources and staff to do that specific scope of work, or when there's a significant body of work that staff can't complete with the existing complement.
Okay, I think if that work is already available, then I don't think it's, and I'm open to other members of committee's suggestions here, but it sounds like staff can quickly look at that work and put it together in an issue paper and suggest their opinion on the consultants, and the other portion of that is coming back. So I'm thinking that we just accept that Councillor Chapman's suggestion as is. So unless I hear a strong argument either way, that's my preference as chair. Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, Chair Davey, I guess I'm a little concerned about where we're going, because I didn't hear that this is a small amount of work. I think, as a council, we need to keep in mind that the guidance that we provided to our staff is to come in with a budget that's at or below the rate of inflation. And if we want to see reductions, they need to be sustainable reductions, and they need to be reductions that, quite frankly, staff have done their job. If council wants to see cuts, then we need to see them cut. When I hear things like, well, I don't want any new tasks started this year, the new tasks that are going to be started in the coming year are work on equity, work on housing, things that I know are a priority, quite frankly, for members of council. And so, are we prepared to revisit those things? Is that what council is looking for? I certainly am not. And I think if there are concrete suggestions for us to look at, then let's put them on the table, and we'll get that guidance from staff. That's why we have a special council meeting afterwards, and we can vote on those, so that it is direction from all of council and not from any one individual. I am concerned that staff are, quite frankly, burning the candle at both ends right now. The amount of work that's been done in managing the pandemic, the amount of overtime, unpaid, that's been put in by staff, particularly from a leadership point of view over the last 8 months, is significant. And I think we just need to be cautious if we're going to go down this path, that we're prepared for what the potential implications are. And so I just urge council to consider that.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis, on this.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I guess my question is, what's the purpose of this 0%? Why are you asking for this, Councillor Chapman? So I just want a better understanding.
Yeah, I think I just tried to explain it. First of all, the general approach to finances and economics right now is to not raise percentages or not raise fees for people. And that's because as the city laid off 43% of the employees, people are being laid off all over the place. Businesses are shutting down. Every time you open the newspaper, you read of another company that's shut down. And this means that people are ending up unemployed without the resources and the ability to continue to live the lives that they're accustomed to. And this is, my position has always been, let's stay within the rate of inflation. But this year, I think we have to rethink this and take bold steps, recognizing the struggles that people are faced with. It's not, and I don't think we should take this lightly. It's not about, I know staff has put a lot of work into dealing with the pandemic and the documents that we've got before us. I don't question that for a moment, but I do think that what we do have to recognize are the hardships that people have. And things trickle down. So you can say, well, maybe some of these people don't own property. Well, but their rents are going to go up because, the owner of the property needs to make their books balance as well. So by raising property taxes, it affects a lot of people, not just property owners. And that's where I'm coming from. It's not simply to be bullheaded about anything. I think it's a very rational way to think. And I would hope that people would appreciate where I'm coming from. And maybe some big projects have to be rethought to look after people, right?
Okay, sir, if I can just, sorry, Councillor, if I can just interject for one quick second. Sorry, Councillor Chapman, I just want to focus the conversation now. I want to be clear. The direction that I took as an issue paper is exclusively within the salary request and consultants. If you want the scope to go beyond that, I'm going to make that a motion that has to be voted upon. So I want absolute clarity here so people can.
So the points I brought up were just things that came to my mind that could be looked at. But to me, the whole goal of this issue paper is to look at how we can think of ways to reduce the property tax increase to 0%. I'd be interested to learn from Mayor Bogdanovich how the region did it, right? Because they've got two budgets. I haven't looked at them, but I read in the paper that they've got a 0 increase budget and they've got one that would be along the lines of inflation. So could the city do something similar?
Okay, so that's a different request and that will be a motion. I'll have to take that as a motion. So anyone that wants to comment on that, we'll be voting on it after your comments. Sorry, Councillor Knightis, you can continue.
Okay, all right. So I'm kind of confused by this direction you're going, because 2 months ago, we were in the same situation. But I recall very vividly that you wanted to spend $10.1 million on sidewalk clearing. And so this to me seems like a total flip-flop. So I don't understand where the 0% is coming. Today you don't want it, but 2 months ago you're willing to spend $10 million. Can
I speak?
Can you respond to that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to respond to that. When it came to the snow removal, I was not in favor of increasing the property taxes. I was in favor of full snow removal. And I said very clearly that I'm sure staff could find a way to find the money and move the money around, as we seem to do around budget time and at different times of the year, to cover those costs. I wasn't in favor of the increasing of the budget in that way, property taxes by that amount.
Okay,
and it wasn't budget time, right? That wasn't a budget item at the time.
Okay, but now you're asking for 1.4 million for them to figure out how they would have found 10 million. Like, to me, I don't have to the whole concept of the budget.
Okay, we don't have to agree with this.
Councillor Knightis, can you continue? And Councillor Chapman, you've had your turn to speak. Councillor Knightis, can you please finish up?
Okay. I won't be supporting that, because to me, it doesn't sound like anything there is based on any experience with dealing with budgeting and period. And so anyways, as far as that, I have something I want to bring up after when this discussion is done. So I'm sure there's a few comments that are going to want to be put forth on this topic.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I wondered when I was going to get a chance. Anyhow, I feel what Councillor Chapman is requesting is a reasonable request. She shouldn't have to sit here arguing for things that she would be like to see. I think it's a very reasonable request in this year. This is a very different type of year, and to try to ask members of council, a lot of members are relatively new. I mean, staff know the budget inside out, and I quite frankly, I would like to see them come back, and I think they can do it without doing a lot of work. And what we will see, that there are a lot of items that they will come back and say, here's what it's going to cost to remove it, and do you really want to do that? But I think there are a lot of questions out there that we really don't know. But I know staff have done this in the past, and they've come back with long lists, and the council of the days are not happy. But then at least it's laid out on the table. So I think it's a reasonable request to expect to have at least a look at what it would take to come to zero. Maybe it's highly impossible, but at least we owe that to our constituents to try and have a look. If they can do it at the region, and there's no reason why we can't do it. And as she's mentioned, we've been talking when we dealt with our fee structure right away. We just set a zero, no arguments whatsoever. So, quite frankly, I would like to see staff. I mean, if we're going to take a resolution to pass, it'll never pass. But I would like to see staff come back and take a number of issues. It's hard for people to come up this afternoon and say, I want you to look at this or look at that. I wonder how many people really realized today, until I mentioned it, about the fact that there was an increase in this budget for members of council. I asked after last year's budget was passed, I did a survey to ask how many people knew the fact that we, having passed the 2020 budget, we had approved an increase in wages for council. And it was amazing how many people didn't realize that, which is fine, because that's not their bailiwick. My background is such that I do understand the budget, I think, fairly well. And that's why I'm, staff are the ones that they've done an excellent job up to this point. And I'm sure that if you gave them the challenge to come back as to what would it take to come to zero, that they could do an excellent job in responding to us. And it may well be, it'll be much clearer to see, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. So, but this way, it's sort of up in the air. It lacks transparency. But if you ask staff to do it, and they can come back with it, and then you can see, then not only does council see, but all of our residents, all of our taxpayers also see. So I would totally support requesting staff to come back with an attempt to come up with figures as to what it would take to get to zero. We've asked for it. On the side door for utilities. We're asking them to come up with finding that 0.9. Well, surely we can ask for it. We're probably not going to like the answer that we receive on that. That's light, but surely we can ask council or ask staff to look. They don't have to have everything accepted. Here it is. Here, if you want to do that, hey, you can do that. It's going to cost you X number of dollars. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. Staff have come up with a really good budget here. We're not losing service levels. We've got great things, the equity, diversity, inclusion program in there. This is all in there. Affordable housing, everything. To get to zero for some optic like that is, I think it's misguided, because we have a lot of hurting people in this community. Economic recovery, businesses. This is all part of what's in the budget. It's a very helpful budget. It's a very compassionate budget. It's a budget that looks after a lot of things that our citizens are passionate about. Cutting things out for the sake of getting to 0% at a time when our increase is the lowest it's been in a long time, during an unprecedented pandemic where our staff have had to react in real time, make some really brave and good decisions, to me is, we've got something good here. Of course, we can always try, and we're not saying don't try and save money, but they put a responsible budget together. And if on final budget day, you want to try and get something out and cut it out, go ahead. But I can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief on this. I take a little bit of exception of the comment that staff can juggle things around. There is no secret stash. There are no monies that's being hidden, that's not being shown to the public. It's very clear that if you want a reduction, it's going to come at the cost of a service delivery cut. If anyone wants to take a look at an old Operation 66, outlines exactly where the increase in taxes are. If you want to go to a zero, then Schlegel Park, the increase for operations needed there for that park to be fully operational, which is much needed for our city, that would have to be put on hold. Or that in fact, if it's not only just a one-time decrease, that means that the necessary staff complement would be for the next 10 years gone to zero. Equity and anti-racism, that's 0.27 increase. That means that work would, even though council has approved that and the staff hire, that means we would retroactively go back on our initial direction and say that that work is not important and we don't want to proceed forward, as well as sidewalk snow clearing. Many of the council members around the Horseshoe spoke very adamantly that there needs to be more done for snow clearing to assist seniors, assist those that can't manage on their own. I think we took the right step on not doing a citywide snow clearing, but I think staff had included options that assisted some gaps that do exist. That means that would be out the window too. Those three items that I just noted out, that's what would bring that proposed tax impact as close to zero as possible. All those three things are very important, and it's already been discussed in length by this council and supported on most of these items unanimously. So I don't know where the new money would be found, and being around, as part of the budget process, I'm confident that staff have presented a well-balanced budget as best as possible that does not impact service delivery significantly, because not only do we need to be conscious of our taxpayer at their pocket, we need to be responsible for a taxpayer on a social aspect. I don't want service delivery to be impacted, and I just don't see any other way to get to zero by doing so. So I cannot support this motion. I would love to see a zero tax increase. In fact, I would love to see a -1% tax increase, but we have to live in the realm of reality.
I'm going to make my comments and then I'll go back to Mayor Verbanovich for the final comments for the vote. As chair, I've been impartial, try to be impartial when we deal with these things, but now it's my opportunity to voice my opinion. And to be frank, I'm equally disappointed and frankly a little bit angry, because one of the things I hate most about the way the political world is today is the idea that we can do things without having to fund them. And the fact that Councillor Knight has brought up a very real point of the potentially largest tax increase for a new service in history was supported by the same person that's trying to be the champion of a 0% tax increase blows my mind. There is an utter disconnect between what we do and what we have to pay for. And it really, really frustrates me. If staff could get to 0%, without affecting the services, they would have. We have built that trust over the years. And the fact that it's being questioned, I take offense at the suggestion. So I obviously will not be supporting it. Mayor Vobanovich.
Thanks, Chair Davey. And I've been asked a question, so I'll answer that question first, and then I will comment, make a final comment on this issue. First of all, with respect to the regional budget, let me be clear. I do not see a world where all of the regional services, including policing, ambulance, housing, and everything else, will result in a 0% budget. In fact, everyone is expecting that that is going to be the case. The region, we do this, separate policing from everything else. Well, at the end of the day, it'd be like us separating fire or separating parks and rec. I've never bought into that argument, quite frankly. At the end of the day, those are all services that are funded by regional government. And I do not see a world, nor is even the draft proposed budget one, that contemplates a world where all of that will come in at zero. I will also note that there are a number of items that are on the table that at the end of the day, I'm not sure they're going to get regional council support in terms of some of the proposals. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. That's an item for regional council to decide. I think when it comes to our council, I think there's a couple things that we need to remember. I mean, first of all, the last thing that I think anybody in this city is looking for right now is populist politics. What people are looking for is good, rational decision-making from our council. And I've been proud that up till now, quite frankly, we have demonstrated that as a council throughout the last 2 years, and particularly over the last 8 months. I would hope that in the midst of this budget process, we don't start trying to stray from that. Many of us have sat around this table where we've dealt with the old, I think it was called the Z list, if I remember. And it was a member of council who would come forward and say, give us a list of things that it's going to take us to get down to 0% or to some arbitrary number. And so staff would go and do a whole whack of work on it. And it would be things like close Wilson Pool, close Idlewood Pool, close these community centers by 3 hours a day. I mean, the reality is right now, quite frankly, it doesn't make sense to keep our recreational facilities open based on the level of subsidy we're having to put into them. But we keep them open because that's what our residents need more than, some of the most important things that they need right now. And so we're trying to keep them going as much as we can from a mental health and a physical health point of view. I think we need to recognize and just look at the disaggregated data. The people who are struggling the most in our community are those who are actually of the lowest income. And rest assured that and most of those people, many of them are actually renters. Well, guess what? Those landlords are not going to be saying, oh, council hasn't frozen, council has frozen taxes. I'm going to go and reduce your rents. That ain't going to happen. In fact, I believe the province has frozen residential rental rates anyway. And so what that's going to do is take away services from the people who need them the most when we don't need to do that. I've also sat around this horseshoe, quite frankly, when we had to deal with the Harris years and deal with 0% increases. And I can tell you from then, it caused damages that took us several years to get out of. And I can tell you then, talking to other counselors, including colleagues from Cambridge that ended up going down that route in past years, will tell you that was the biggest mistake they made. And so I really urge council not to go down this path. If we have concrete ideas, let's put them on the table and let's get that information. And there's a number of those that are coming forward, and I'm fine with that, and we'll debate those on budget day. But to start suggesting that we should have this, magical list come forward, I won't support that.
Scott, your mic is off.
Oh, pardon me. Councillor Gazzola, you've already commented on this item. I'm not going around for a second round. Okay, I'm going to take the vote.
Well, just for interest, the mayor, when we're in committee, the mayor is just another member of council, and he's already had 2 kicks at the cat and had the respected position of being the last to speak. That's I will not make any. Pardon?
Sorry, with respect, I was not clear that we were taking a motion on this when he made his original comment. He was the only one that made that point. And also with respect as the chair, it's my prerogative to put whoever I choose.
Oh, I realize.
Okay, so with
You're muted, Councillor Davey.
why does that keep happening? Okay, sorry. Those in favor of the motion? And opposed? The motion fails. Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, you had an additional item.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not it's partially for this budget or more for capital, but it may involve a bit of operational. I'm not sure, but I know, and this has been mentioned in the past, it's about the traffic calming, and I would like to see that bumped up again. Maybe half of what it is, a 50% increase or 25% increase breakdown would be good.
To the traffic calming budget, do you have an idea of the capital? Like, are you talking about like the speed bumps or the road delineators that go in the middle?
I'm talking about the passive ones. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I think that's pretty straightforward. Did you have an idea, sorry, an increase of how much?
What, a 25%, maybe a 50%.
The number of sites we have.
Do 15, do 25, and then do maybe 50 or something like that. Because that's something that I really got inundated quite extensively in the last 7 months, and I wanted to see it higher even last term, but last time. But let's just see where those numbers come up.
Certainly, staff's clear on that.
So, Mr. Chair, all 3 options, right? 15, 25, and 50.
Yes.
Yeah, good.
Yep.
I was a little bit slow to the trigger. I was typing in an email to unmute.
So, Mr. Reedman, that's something that can be brought back easily?
Through the chair, we will bring back an issue paper. It would impact operating and capital, and it's in Denise's team that's the impacts lie because there's a lot of labor costs in the spring and fall to put them in. So I will work with INS on an issue paper for that.
Very good. Councillor Johnson.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I forgot I put up my hand. I was just going to say that I totally support Councillor Ioannidis in that. So thank you.
Okay, anyone else before we go into special counsel? Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I just would like to ask for the issue paper that was asked for to freeze the non-unionized salaries for 2021. Can I ask that the issue paper also include a detail about just general description of what categories are those employees in? So I know management is included, but I don't know how many, and I guess the general number, how many staff would be affected, especially on the lower end of the spectrum.
Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Chair Davey. Yes, we can include all of that information. And Council, I'd suggest that it may be in your interest to have both a caucus discussion as well as a public issue paper. I think this issue does touch on labor relations and pay equity issues that are rightly dealt with in caucus. And so I would envision we'll do both for the confidential items to report in caucus and then have a public issue paper as well.
Okay, so we could schedule that perhaps before the next, for the capital budget meeting.
Yeah, at this point, I would say we would probably aim for the December 14th meeting. I think we'll need at least that much time, or failing that, it would have to come back early in the new year.
Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing anyone else in the queue. That concludes Finance and Corporate Services. Mayor Verbanovich.
Thank you very much, Chair Davy, I'll call the special council meeting to order, and I'll turn it to you, Chair Davy, to bring forward the recommendations coming out of today's operating budget day. Are they moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Actually, still seconded by Councillor Gazzola until January.
Okay, yeah, because it's November 30th. Sorry.
Yeah. And yes, it's just that these 8 items that you see on the screen before us be approved as issue papers.
Just seeing if there's any hands up. There are not. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We'll now move to a urgent item that Councillor Michaud has asked that we deal with today, and it's the issue of the Conservation Authorities Act. It's a motion that's been dealt with at Regional Council, and we're asking the city councils to deal with it as well. It is time sensitive because the deadline for submitting input is, I believe, the 2nd of December, and hence why we need to deal with it today. It would require us to waive notice of motion first. So, Councillor Michaud, are you there? Are you frozen?
I'm back.
You're back. So, are you moving that we waive notice of motion?
Yes, please.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Galloway-Seelock, thank you. And I believe Mr. Clerk, I need 75%, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so all those in favor, waiving notice? Any opposed? That is carried. So Councillor Michaud, if you can bring forward your motion, please.
Okay, thank you. Conservation authorities play a significant role protecting our environment and natural heritage and supporting municipal partners by providing an environmental conservation and risk assessment lens on development applications. Their mandate is to undertake watershed-based programs to protect people and property from flooding and other natural hazards, and to conserve natural resources for economic, social, and environmental benefits. Our Grand River Conservation Authority does this well, having received international recognition for managing the Grand River watershed. Schedule 6 of Ontario's 2021 Bill 29 proposes changes that would undermine the important work of our conservation authorities. Among the proposed changes in Schedule 6, the bill opens up a new appeal avenues allowing developers to bypass conservation authorities. It also removes citizens from their boards and mandates that they be comprised of elected officials. This would risk losing valuable non-political expertise and knowledge on the conservation authority boards. So with that, I'd like to introduce the following motion. Therefore, be it resolved that the province of Ontario work with conservation authorities and municipalities to address these concerns by repealing and or amending Schedule 6 of Bill 229 and the changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and the Planning Act to address these concerns. That the province of Ontario delay enactment of clauses affecting municipal concerns and provide at minimum an 18 to 24 month transition period so that changes can be appropriately incorporated into both municipal and conservation authority budgets, and that the province respect the Conservation Authority municipal relationships, and further, that the province embrace their long-standing partnership with the conservation authorities and provide them with the tools and financial resources they need to effectively implement their important watershed management roles. Be it finally resolved that this resolution and the copy of the Grand River Conservation Authority Report GM 11-85 proposed amendments to the Conservation Authorities Act through Bill 229 be forwarded to the Premier, the Ministers of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Natural Resources and Forestry, Municipal Affairs and Housing and Finance, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and the Rural Ontario Municipal Association.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Johnson, thank you. And this is essentially the identical motion, I believe, that was approved at Region, correct?
Close, yes.
Okay, thank you. So any discussion? I don't see any hands up. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. don't know if there were 10. That was carried unanimously then. Everybody's on the screen. So with that, motion for 3 readings, moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And motion to adjourn, Councillor Schneider, Councillor Davey. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, everyone. Have a great